What's going on, chat? What's going on? We are live. Feel free to read the show notes. Got a few things going on today. Forgive me for not being on earlier, but I'm trying to get some things sorted out here. I had an okay trading session today. It was okay. It wasn't perfect. Feel free to read the show notes, chat, upon entry. Anything you see here is still up for auction. Feel free to make an offer. In the meantime, feel free to share it live, chat. But I'm trying to get the giveaways game going on today. So the giveaway games is for everybody who stays in the chat and joins the giveaway game, shares the live. We have a giveaway game similar to how we do randomizer games. There'll be 10 envelopes, right? There'll be 10 envelopes you can pick. And in those envelopes can be anything from the top envelope that, of course, as a giveaway is you want to leave with some gold. So there's gold in the giveaway, but you got to find it. So whoever wins, every time somebody wins their giveaway, every time somebody wins the giveaway, when I run these envelopes, you get to pick any envelope you want to pick. Any one you want. Only one of them contains gold, though. You got 2 chances to hit silver and some other hits in there as well, like, you know.
That's Gerard, Rod Catcher.
Oh, wow. What's up, bro? Yo, it's been a while. Heard you ran into my bro. Last time I remember seeing, like I said, last time I remember seeing you live was at, I think he was working at the airport. I think I ran into Gerard right before you had your baby, bro. Like, I think your wife was still pregnant at the time before when I ran into you a couple years back. Like, Neither here nor there. A few things out of the collection. Check the stuff that we hold in the collection right now. Besides what you see, silver is being suppressed right now. I'm gonna be honest. I can't even say it's up, but silver is being suppressed right now by the big banks because they're trying to keep silver under $90 right now. So what happens every month is when you're paper trading, when you're selling, when you're trading gold, trading silver, the institutions they have a whole bunch of contracts they got to close. Right, all these big banks they got contracts they have to close from options trading and futures trading, and with the war going on and all this stuff going on in the world, people are not so sure about leaving their money with the dollar, right? So they transfer their dollar into gold to these contracts, and they leave it there, in the hopes of the price of gold going up. Of course, if they bought a buy contract, and if the contract goes down, they start to lose money on that contract. So they have to buy back in order to even out that contract size so that they can profit when it goes back up. And sometimes when that happens, people are not looking to close out on their contracts. People are not looking to roll over their contracts. They want to close them out, and they want their physical silver. They want physical silver. They want physical gold from these banks now. So these banks can't overturn. They really can't overturn. They have over 300. I think they have over 33 million ounces of silver that they have to fill in contracts, and they're not nowhere close to that. The vault is pretty much empty. Well, damn near. So pretty much there's not enough silver being mined in a day for them to even foresee them possibly closing out these contracts from profit. And these big banks, they don't want to lose money. So that's the reason why the price of silver hasn't shot up past 100 like it's supposed to be. Trust me, these ounces of silver are worth at least $120 to $140 right now. But because of the price of silver, they're buying the banks are buying this shit back. As long as it's below 90, banks are buying up silver as much as they can. So I'm gonna run a giveaway games here for you guys. This is it's tough because I had a real crazy trading session today, man. Like could have made a lot more, but it is what it is. And being that it's like no strategy works when it's being suppressed. Like it would work for a little bit, like every trader would have their own little strategy to work for a little bit, and then the dollar just gets overbought, and then when the dollar's overbought, usually gold and silver are in a sell market. So it's a good little thing to test out, like if you want to if you ever wanted to start trading, as a side hustle, maybe possibly getting some, bills paid on the side or stuff like that. Like it doesn't really take too much stress and hard work out. Mentally, it could be a lot of work if you're not disciplined enough. People blow accounts every day. I happen to giveaway chat. So how the giveaway games go is it's a giveaway game. Everything that coming to you is free. No matter who you are, where you are, hopping the giveaway is free. But we got a giveaway games going on. So you get to pick an envelope. One envelope in here contains gold, right? Two envelopes contain silver. And the rest can be, the rest envelopes you have either 2 Pokemon cards, you have a sports card in there, you got foreign note or foreign coin that you can hit, you got an Indian head wheat cent that you can hit, you got a pre-1959 copper wheat penny that you can hit. So those are the other giveaways. Everything is going to have something in it, but just light stuff, just light stuff. Just light stuff. Light stuff to keep you interested. A lot of the stuff that, like I said, whatever you see here, there is make an offer on what you see here. Of course, up the top here, you're dealing with gold and silver on top here, so it's no real much of a low ball offer. What else can I say? Show you guys some slides here. These eagles right now, these proof eagles. Check the mint, the melt price on this from the mint. It's at a 147 on these. See, certain things like when you purchase certain things, you gotta know the intrinsic value that it's worth. See, I don't just buy gold and silver. I like to know intrinsic value. What intrinsic value means is futuristic value. And it can be determined from the time that you're buying whatever it is that you're buying. So I like certain things that are limited mintage. Usually those are the first thing and the best things of intrinsic value. Like that'll shoot up in value first before everything else. Limited mintage stuff. When you get anything in the slab, you're talking real, it's in a secluded category now from the circulated ones. Because this grade is the highest grade you can get in the coin. And being that it's a proof and it's not a regular, a standard type 1, it's actually a proof. What they mean by a decam, proof 70 decam is the mirror-like effect that you see here. You see that mirror-like background? And then that image just pops out at you. It's much different from a regular eagle. Jets. Okay, Jets. It's on you. It is on you, Jazz. Pick an envelope number, Jazz. Got 1 through 10. One of these contain gold. 2 contain silver. And the rest are just regulars. 8? Cool. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 here. That's this one right here. Is that correct? That's this long one right here. Is that the one you wanted? 8. All right. Let's see what we got. What we got, Jazz? What we got? Oh, we got a foreign note. We didn't hit the gold, but got something coming to you. Either here, there. We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna throw in this 1982 Iraq 25 dinar. That's coming to you. Nice, nice. So that's an example of how the giveaway games go right there. So whatever you win, something's coming to you. But of course, we all want to hit gold, right? We all want some free gold. Everybody wouldn't mind some free gold every now and then, right? All right. That was fun. Let's try another one. The mission is to get you guys to bring more people into the party. Give me 1 second there, chat. Just wait for a few more people to get in here real quick. So yeah, like I was saying, much the difference between these two eagles is the type of the way it looks. So this is the standard type one. Of course, you know, it's just regular. And then the decam, as you can see the difference. You know, it's just so that's what you know we're dealing with a proof. Where everybody at? Where everybody at? Pretty much got a lot of everything in the collection. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like if you know whatever you guys want to make an offer on, you know, like I'm not really in much hoarder of much besides my silver right now. Probably that's the only thing I'm probably in hoarding of right now is probably my silver. But even with a good offer, some of my silver can go to a new home. Everything can go to a new home, chat. Got gold nugget slabs. 0.46 grams. Gold nugget in there. Genuine. Natural. Straight out the ground. These go for, I mean, people like, oh, well, how much is that? I'm going to be honest with you. This is at least, we're talking at least 100, like 100, what? $105, $106 right here for this. Like, it can't even go lower than 100, chat. Like, that's how serious this is right here. Like, grams of gold currently going for $210. That's insane. Like, I mean, that's just insane. Like, grams of gold. So people look at the fractional gold. They're like, I don't like the fractional gold. It's too small. But then you think about it, like, certain metals, just to even get a little pebble of that costs you $1,000. Let's talk about rhodium. Let's talk about ruthenium. Certain metals you get in a small form is just enough. Trust me, you don't even really need too much of that. Get you some osmium. These are type of metals that, I mean, are super high in value. I mean, they're worth more than gold. Are you kidding me? Like, I would love to have just a little pinch. Just a little pinch. Just want a little bit of tiny bit of osmium. I just want this much. I can't afford an ounce. I don't, we can't normally afford an ounce of osmium. Osmium goes for about almost $10,000, $11,000 for an ounce. Come on now. We ain't touching that. Certain metals we ain't gonna be. I mean, certain people can. You got some people that got that kind of bread. You know, they got that bag to get whatever they want. You know? They wouldn't have any interest in certain metals like that for some strange reason. People who are rich and got a lot of money, they don't divert into too much. They don't get too versatile. Whatever works for them on that note, they stick to it, and they just hedge in. They just hedge in against all of it. Like, so if they have gold as their majority of their portfolio, the next $1 million they get, they're gonna probably more than likely put it into gold. They're not gonna try to, I'm just interested in gems now all of a sudden, and just start putting money in that if they don't know the intrinsic value of it. Whatever works for them, they're gonna stick to it. Like, that's why you have no doubts. Wherever a millionaire puts their money in a stock market or an options market or a futures market, if it's trading, that's where you should put your money at too. Because they putting it there for a reason. Commodities market has always been the best hedge against inflation and unstable governments. All this political judo going on. So recently, I've been falling in love with two other metals. I've been falling in love with three other precious metals. That I don't know. I just have a really good feeling about these metals. In the ongoing years, as far as an investment purchase, I've been researching. And a good thing to do in your spare time is just to get more familiar with the periodic table of elements. I swear to you, I failed chemistry like a fucking jackass. Like, and I felt like I could have done a whole lot better now if I just was more focused and disciplined back then in high school. But I sucked at chemistry. Now I'm understanding little bits and pieces of chemistry. You know, just diving into metals and, investing into metals. You learn what's more worth investing in. Like I've learned, of course, copper has been rising lately, but I've learned that there's a cheaper conductor than copper, and we use it every day. And it made me think about instantly, like, all those people that used to make fun of all those foil hat wearers. Well, all those foil hat wearers was onto something. Everybody, all those tin foil hat wearers, aluminum foil Strange enough, well, that's not aluminum foil, but aluminum, the metal aluminum. I've been looking to invest in aluminum, and the reason for that is it's a very good cheap electrical conductor. And the price of it won't be suppressed. Like, it's nothing that would suppress the price of aluminum right now. It's cheaper than copper. Um, and to be honest with you, I don't know. I just feel like it's a smart buy. You always want to look for the next metal that's going to replace the next metal, the last metal that moved up. So in this market, silver is moving up, right? And copper is starting to move up as well, which means copper starting to move. You wouldn't say moving the place of silver. It's not moving that fast, right? But in the ideal sense, copper can be the new silver in the next coming decade or so, right? After the price gets reevaluated, they start testing it in a lot of different, they're already using it in the wirings. You know what I mean? Like, so, a lot of the stuff is just going to be going up in value. Aluminum is going to take the place of copper because that is the only metal right now that has that can withstand that heat temperature, um, heat conductive temperature, and thermal conductive temperature, right? So they use it in a lot of roadway wires, like trains and things like that. They use aluminum in those. So train wires and stuff like that. So it's a good thing to invest when you start to know what these metals are used for industrially. It starts to make sense to invest in it, even as bullion. Because even just last year, 2025, November of 2025, copper is now on the critical metals list, right? So now copper is considered a critical metal. What does that mean? Well, it's not just a regular metal no more. Now it's somewhere as important as silver is. Okay? Somewhat as important. So when you start getting stuff like, like I was stocking copper at when it was like you can find them for like $2 an ounce. When I was Libertad coppers. Different designs too. Anything you can get in silver, I like to get a design of it in copper. So you got you usually have the silver Canadian maple leaves. You very rarely find the round copper ones. So I like to just have a little bit. Anything you can find in the silver coin, in the silver version, I like to have in the copper version. All the crypto freaks. For all the 420, for my 420 family out there. We approaching that time is coming up very soon. One of the dopest shits. Who's in here? Can we get some more people in here? Can we run a giveaway game? Let's run another one. Was waiting for the flood of people to come in, but I guess we're not gonna have that kind of show tonight. In your head. This one was given to me. Thought it was a pretty unique design. I don't even see these online. Looks like the tree, and then you got like a little is that an elk? Looks like an elk and by a tree kind of thing. I don't know. It's pretty cool. I am not sure what that is. That's the New Jersey Devil.
No, that's not a New Jersey. That's a baboon.
That's a baboon for real?
Nah, I can't really tell.
I wasn't sure. It looked like a monkey though. It's a chupacabra. A chupacabra. It's a chupacabra, Holmes. Pretty cool. Here's the New Jersey Devil. The myth, the legend. The myth, the legend.
That's crazy. You actually got a cop for that shit.
Very dope, bro. I'm telling you, what's the finessing of the art on these things, bro? Like, I'm telling you, like people are gonna cherish it in a few years. They don't see it now. They don't see it now because the price of copper isn't like silver or gold right now, so it's nothing to pay attention to. Oh, trust me, it's gonna be a very high commodity.
Coin C is running a Halo coin. I don't. I'm poor. Fuck.
Not the Halo coin.
Yeah, bro. Master Chief on that shit.
And what I found out, I ran into, I seen the Call of Duty assault rifle one earlier today. Like when I was what is happening right now? What was your favorite thing about today, Jack? I'm gonna be honest with you, Jack. Just being alive and having a second chance to run everything back. That was probably my most favorite thing about today. Nothing specifically, like just having another 24 hours. Swan, what up, man? Just having another 24 hours to run it back and whatever I could have fixed. Try to fix it today. Couldn't fix everything in one day. Rome wasn't built in a day, but Hey, you got some copper goodies in recently, bro? Yeah, I'm telling you, bro. Copper is where it's at right now, dog. I'm waiting for my copper goodies in the mail too. Absolutely, Jack. That's a fact, Jack. That's a heavy fact. Whenever you believe, you shall receive. That's a fact. The key word is whenever. You said it. The key word is whenever. You gotta focus. There's a point in time where you gotta get more disciplined. You gotta get more focused. Like you can only take but so many losses in life. Beatrice is here. So today we got the giveaway games, chat. I don't know if I told you guys that. The giveaway games is, yes, there is a chance you can win gold in this giveaway. Yes, Jack. So there's envelopes here. There's 9 now. Somebody picked 1. You had 1 winner so far. It didn't hit the gold one yet. So there's still gold in there. Right. Let's go, Rod. Let's go, Rod. It's on you, baby. It's on you, bro. Pick the envelope number of your choice. Yes, my brother. Yes. I was hoping you would. Think you an envelope, my brother. One of them has gold in it. Two of them has silver. And the rest is just a regular gift. He ain't too crazy. I said, that doesn't even matter, bro. Big for it. Hey, what y'all think, Chad? What's number? What's number envelope for 6. Hey, let's go. 6. What we get? Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. Ah, we got a pre-1959 Cowboy Saint. Ah, that wasn't the right one, Grayson. We gonna run it back just because it was so close. We gonna run it back though. We gonna run it back. Get Rod that pre 1951 Cowboy penny there. Just because you my guy, Rod. How often do you do the giveaways? I mean, really, it's at my leisure. I try to do it, as I'm doing an auction, so it kind of evens out how much I have to pay for it going out. But sometimes it doesn't really matter, Like I don't try to run them too often because then it's just straight giveaway game, and then nobody's really bidding on anything. What's asking some of those 90% silver slabs and half ounce silver slabs? Got you, McCloud. 1 second. Right, I got you on this. It's a 1911, bro. It's a rare. These pretty much go up in value the more you find them in better conditions. So I'm gonna throw that in there for you. You just started collecting pretty recently, Grayson. Nice, bro. Yo, listen. The numismatic world is going. It never fails you when you're trying to as far as investing anything goes. Like the numismatic world has never failed anyone. So it's great to learn about whatever you can. McCloud, so what are you looking for? What are you looking at, interested at, McCloud? Like this Franklin right here? $1960 ICG PR 65. Okay, cool. So, you went to the bank today and bought 2 half-dollar rolls, and every one of them was a 21D. Nice. Wow. That's interesting. That's what's up. Can you tell me where you go to buy those coins? Because I would love to. I would love to go to these banks and get some rolls too. The banks around me don't have them. So McCloud, these go for about right now in this condition, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. You're talking. So right now these go for about a cool $55, right? Like, and that's just the coin itself is even worth more than that in its raw form in this condition, and then the slab. So premium on top of that, of course. So that's probably the lowest I'll do on that. It's like about 55 on that. Do you make profit on the coins? It depends on what coins, because some of them I've gotten when silver was like freaking $45, $50. So I might profit a little bit off, but not so much in that sense, being that the price is suppressed, by these big financial institutions. Am I willing to trade? What? What am I willing to trade? Swans. How low has silver been? I mean, well, if you're talking overall, Jack, silver's been suppressed for decades, bro. Like, silver's been suppressed for decades. This is long before the Hunter brothers in 1980, right? In 1980, the Hunter brothers, they tried to corner the silver market much like what we're seeing today, right? So when things like that happen, when there's too much centralization going on when it comes to the ownership of silver and the metals, precious metals, it's like one-sided. One can dictate the futuristic price. If they want to hold it below $100, they'll do that. And that's because we, the private sellers, don't hold the majority of the market, right? So if we did, we can make that decision like, oh, well, if we want to pull out, the price of silver will go down. If you wanted to keep putting in, the price of silver would go up, right? But in this sense, thanks, Gray. You got some good coins. Hey, giveaway game up. Grayson, let's get it, Grayson. Let's get it. You still got gold on the line, my brother. You still got gold on the line. Pick an envelope. Pick an envelope. Grayson, any envelope number. We got 8 left here. Pick number 3. Let's go. Number 3. Let's see what we got. This is the giveaway games, by the way, chat. Anything in here is coming to you. NFL sports card in pre-1959 copper week. Not the gold hit. The gold stays alive. The gold stays alive. Well, we got this coming to you. Not the way. Neither here there. You sent the office ones? Give me a second. Let me check that out. On the shot. How long are you doing giveaways? I mean, I'm doing them on stream. It's just you got to be here, of course. You got to be here hanging out with me. Like I can't run them back to back because then I don't really got like that. Nobody's really purchasing nothing. But as far as I'll be doing them all on stream. It won't be too long between each other. Today was a good day, Gray. Today was a good day, Gray. I'm not gonna lie. Like Ice Cube said. Swan, where did you make the offer in the chat? Hold on. 1/2 gram of gold for the Ben Frank? Oh shit, Swan! Are you serious about that? No problem, Gray. No problem, Grayson. Hey, Swan, listen, man. I'm always up for anything that has to do with gold. I'm always up for conversations that have to deal with gold. So, okay. Yeah, that's a great. No, I'm not gonna lie. That's a great trade. You got a great trade. I think you have a better trade, honestly. Like that particular Franklin. In that fucking condition. That's the only one I had. So I'm not even really. I put it in the game because it was like, all right, well, if somebody wins it in the game, at least I'll be able to potentially purchase another one back. But there's always a I can't buy it back price. For the favorite things, there's always a I can't buy it back price. And it's up to the buyer at that point. It's not too much. Yeah, that's a proof one too. Yep. So what's interesting about these halves before the Kennedy halves came into play? What's interesting to know about these Franklin halves is there's specific ones, not this one particularly, but there's specific ones that have a particular, they're looking for what they call an error design, right? So the bell has like a crack in it, right? And that one is supposed to be worth more. I mean, that one goes up to at least $400, $500 in that condition. In this same condition, but with that error. So just thinking about like these coins, like their rarity, even with errors, are way better than like even a Morgan with the error. You know, like, and we're talking a Morgan dollar, right? So they're both 90%, but just one just has way more intrinsic value with it. You know, like, so I got you. I would definitely be up for that trade, so no problem.
Right, that's a great. That's a fantastic trade, actually. You made the right offer, because anything less than that, I probably would have said no. Right, we talking quarter gram. I probably would have said, can't do it. Quarter gram, can't do it. You know, like, but
you met the right number. You met the right weight. Always wanted to Ben Frank. I'm telling you, this is the time when you're gonna get it, Swan. Here's the perfect time to trade out. Where's the thing on the top left or the corner? Well, I would discard that. I mean, it wouldn't be more so. It's more so for the like game when we have the bin games. So what happens is when you purchase a bin envelope, a refinery envelope out the bin, right? All of these is in these envelopes over here, down here in this corner. So there's only 60. There's only 61 of them. So you get them. You know, I mean, you got a chance to hit gold up there. That's a $320 piece of gold up there. So you know, for us, there's only 61 packs, but you're spending. I think they're in like the bin for like $69. You can make an offer up to like. You can make an offer to up to like 10% off. Right, so then you're getting the offer, you know, somewhere around like $63, but you get the pull out of 61 packs, and there's all of these, like I said, are in there. Of course, anywhere up here, up is where your value sits, right? Like, so that's where you kind of want to hit anything up here and up. That's where your value would be. You should be looking at $70, $75 pieces, $90 Morgans, $100 Morgans. You know what I mean? Like, so. And this is another version of what I was actually speaking about, that Kennedy half in the proof. So this is 1964, proof 67, similar to that, but it's a Kennedy now. What's up, Swan? So this will be worth a little less than that, of course. I am waiting on an order of goldbacks to come in the mail. I actually don't have. I mean, it depends on how much you want, bro. Like, I kind of do have a few. I don't have like a whole. I don't know how much you're looking for. Like, I don't have like a bulk. How much am I selling them for? That's a good question. Good question right there. Good question. I'm somewhere around the $7.50, $8 mark right now on mine. And that's only, like I said, because I gotta be able to buy them back too. So, like, you know, as they go out, they gotta come back. So, but yeah, we got this. Two. I got you, bro. These are. Oh yeah. Let me. I'm on my fault. I'm sitting around not educated too much. So I'm not. I'm talking about coins and the market price, but I'm not showing too much of what you can possibly get for fractionals, right? So these are goldbacks here. These are fractionals, goldbacks. Fractionals of gold. So if you're looking to stack up on like just fractions, this is 1/2000th of an ounce, 1/2000th of a troy ounce gold. Now, if we're talking price and market right now, a 1/2000th of an ounce goes for about $15 right now, right? If we're talking market price and we're talking melt value, if we're talking melt, right? So these are currently, if I'm going somewhere around the $58 mark, that means that these particularly are just under cost a little bit, and are probably the best time to get it. Swan, I'm running these things, Swan. So he's technically getting 2/2000th of an ounce for 16, which is a steal, because the price of gold will go up tomorrow, and then he either just made 50 cents on these each, and then just sitting on more profit. That's how these move. That's how these move. Nice pick up, Swan. Like, as that price of gold moves, these gold backs move up in price. Like, that's how they move. Just want to know the giveaway games for you guys. Giveaway games is up. Oh yeah, absolutely. I got you, Swan. I got you, bro. Having these silver, I would assume you meant silverbacks. Silverbacks, Jack? I would love a silver bag though. If somebody give me that as a gift, a silver bag would be crazy. That's my Faraday bag. That's gonna be my Faraday bag. Straight up. Yeah, yeah. Got 2 premium pieces you might be interested in the picture. Ooh. I like premium picks. So Jack, I just literally just got these today. Like literally a couple hours ago came in the mail. Like literally came today. One is 5 and one is 5. Okay. For these, show, I couldn't get a deal. They would not give me a deal. Jackson, I'm broke. You ain't gotta run it. It's all good. These are fucking beautiful though, bro. Let me tell you about these silverbacks real quick. All right. Can't look. Once again, I'm not teaching you from the beginning. Let me show you why these are more important than the gold foils that you see online, right? So the difference between this gold back and the gold foil is this right here. So they're made by a company called Valorum. And Valorum has a U.S. patent pending on these specific issues right here. So it's privately issued, as you see it says right up there. Privately issued, not U.S. dollar legal tender. No problem, Greg. So what that means is it's a negotiable instrument. Now, if you know law, I've been studying law for about 5 years. So if you know law, you understand what a negotiable instrument is. These in all these states can be in a negotiable instrument. If you have a Florida one, if you have a Utah one, you have a Nevada one, you have an Oklahoma one. In that state, it can be used to as a negotiable instrument. Some businesses accept that, right? So you're giving them more than the value of what it would look like. It looks like nothing, right? But you're giving them almost $15 in value, in melt value. So the difference between these is that these two were made by Valorum, but they are now on a limited mintage, right? So these right now currently go for $35 for one. $35 for one of these. And it goes up from there. Like, that's kind of like the lowest. That's like kind of the lowest for these right now. You didn't really miss much. Giveaway games going off in about 50 seconds. But I was explaining these silverbacks and these goldbacks and why they're more of a better stack than if you see like silver foils or gold foils online. You want to get these. These actually have the content. This is 1/1000th of a troy ounce of silver in it. These goldbacks. Let me see if I can get that cleared up. That reflects. It's gonna be crazy to see that. There you go. 1/1000th of a troy ounce of silver. Have you? Oh, you never seen this one before? I'm gonna be honest with you. The silverbacks are always gonna be my favorite because they're limited mintage. Giveaway games going on. Swans, let's get it, Swans. Let's fucking go, Swans. Let's go, Swans. Let's do it, bro. Hey, yo, knowing you got the Midas touch. I have a feeling Swan gonna hit the gold, bro. I don't know why. I don't know why, but I have a feeling like you got the Midas touch, bro. Pick an envelope, bro. Four. Lucky number 4. Let's see it, bro. Let's see what we got. I got the silver. Not bad. I got the 1 grade silver card. Still close. I mean, shit. You got the Midas touch. It is something, bro. Like, for some strange reason, like. Got a 1 grain silver card coming to you. Little value there. Of course, you know, if you know about those numbers on collector. Check the value of those cards. There you go. Nice grab, Swans. Nice. Good shit. What a buyers give me twice. In one show got 2 hooker songs, and I got the silver. Just like that, bro. I'm telling you, you don't miss. Like, you don't miss. Oh man, I was just trying to stick with that money. What's your credit score like, Swan? I'm gonna send you some links. I can send you some links to. They're like some guarantors out there. Like, so what a guarantor is somebody that will guarantee, the funds for whoever the situation, is in. 650 is fair, bro. I'm gonna send you these links, like, cause you got a decent credit score. There's no problem. There's no reason why you shouldn't be able to utilize that to be able to get a steady place to stay. Is whatnot a good way to make some extra money? It depends on what you're selling, Jack. I'm not gonna lie to you. It depends on what you're selling, bro. I've seen a lot of channels who don't really get a lot of sales because maybe what they're intending to sell on there is not something that the buyer or the viewers are interested in purchasing as a collectible. Even though maybe some things are, of value, they just don't know. So people just don't know of certain things. That happens a lot too. Like, I can run a crazy foreign piece. You wouldn't know the price of it, and you wouldn't want it because of the price it is. Like little things like that. So depending on what you're selling, like if you're sticking to a very small niche like gold, silver coins, like how I got coins that are intrinsic value that have silver in it, so I can stay in both the coins and the bullion at the same time. So if somebody's not appealing to the coin segment of it, I can appeal to them on the silver or the gold side or the metal value of of what they're purchasing. Some people just care about the metal value. Like, so, like I said, you want to just have a selection of things that okay, you're picking things that, once again, you're not going to lose out on, but are going to go up in value over time. Because you can sit on it and still make money, like, so whatever you purchase in your inventory, you're still technically still making money. Your inventory is still making money. You hope I get picked for the giveaway? I'll run it in the next 5 minutes. We'll see. We'll see, brother. Stick around, hang out, share the love. I have a gold piece that I'm looking to sell, chat. I don't really sell my gold, so that there's some love there of some sort. No way, Gray. That's funny. Hey, the Gibby Goblins are always welcome. I always welcome the Gibby Goblins. Like, stack how you should. Stack how you must, I should say. Like, stack how you must. It's not always affordable for everybody to get, something a little starter pack start. It's not always affordable for everybody. Although I would like to say, any dollar that you do have right now, most definitely should sell your big AirPod. Maybe on a different stream. Maybe. I'm trying to get a pallet stream going here. It's just like wholesale pallets, not just throw like random items in there. Start them at $1. I'm trying to get a little diverse on this channel too, not just coins. If I can get a pallet, that has a tech pallet that has some iPads on it, I'll be selling fucking iPads on here. So Ganger, the Gang, was the Gengar chain? Yeah, the Gengar chain. I seen the Gengar chain. Still question, bro. Oh yeah, did the Eisenhower dollars have silver? You might have picked up a couple. That's a 19, with a specific 1971 SS to 1976. I'm certain you have to get them out of a silver proof set because the regular ones you got a 71 to 72, but is it? But is it just because it's proof though? You got to make sure check the rim. You got to make sure you check that rim on it. They sound silver, no proof. They should be proof. If they're not, well, no, not all Eisenhower's. You do have some that were No, you're good. You got silver because I have a 71S too. That's silver. I had to remember like not all of them were proof. Yeah, not all of them were proof. I got a 71S. So yeah, you definitely got two silver ones on you, bro. Like 40% silver. These right here, 71S. So you know what I mean by check the rim. Got to make sure that rim is all silver. There's no copper tone to it. You know, so that's when you know it's those are shit. I mean, you can get those. You know what I mean. Places I'm trying to go to get some of those Ikes, and they not going less than 32, 34 for them in some places. And I even think that's a steal. You know, like it's just I like to buy in bulk. I don't like to buy singly. I like to buy in bulk. So if I can't get like 5, 10, shit, 50, 100 at a time, I'm usually not looking to get it. Want to know something crazy? You got all my cover things. Oh, it's $50 in the value for all 14. All for 14. Shit. If that ain't a steal, I don't know what is. Like, trying to tell people. $50 in credit? Oh my God. Oh my God. He didn't even use it off his card, guys. Like, it was enough for other people's money. That's the best way to stack is with other people's money. Even got a grain of platinum. I'm actually about to purchase 10 grains of platinum coming in. Would you rather stay silver or rare coins? My luck on getting rare coins hasn't been very, very heavy. I've been able to come across more silver. So if we're talking about on a feasible scale, I would say I would stick to silver because that's what's working for me. But I would love to get some rare coins. like I'm still itching. It's almost like an itch of mine, like to really, really get some rare coins. Like you got a 5-ounce copper coin, limited design of 5,000 made, so it's awesome. Yo, love those limited mintages, bro. I love the limited mintages. You gotta love it because of the fact that you're one of the first people to get in when nobody else seeked interest in it. And then when people realize, oh snap, there's not that many left online to get, you become one of the holders, and now the price is yours. The price is yours to make now. You set the price. $30 for that coin, and you got it basically for free. That's crazy. Giveaway games up. We about to run another one. Hop in there, chat. Hop in there. Giveaway games. Round. What we got? That's round 4. We are round 4 on the giveaway games. Get in there, Gray. Get in there. Yo, that 5-ounce alien one, yes. Lou got one too, yo. That shit is fucking hard body. It's fucking hard body, bro. Like 3 1-ounce copper bullets. Yeah, he got that too. Show me them too in person. Them shits even look better in person than copper bullets. Can't load that up in the 45. You mean like that's the Judas bullet? You gotta be trying to take down Goliath with that one, like. Hop in there, chat. We got the giveaway games going on. I'm telling you, any bullet that's made with a precious metal, you gotta be looking to take down a beast with that. What you trying to shoot that? You gotta be taking down like a extraterrestrial or something with that. You can't just go down the block and just shoot somebody at you. Shoot a regular human being with that. Like that's a waste of
It's a waste of a bullet. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's a waste of a bullet. The were rabbit is crazy. Beware the were rabbit. The were rabbit is crazy. Oh yeah, like I was saying, Chad, I have some gold that I'm looking, some big gold that I'm looking to sell. But I mean, this is for serious purchases only. Like serious purchases only. Like I mean, I don't even release these type of things, but it's the only big gold right now out of my entire collection that I'm looking. Besides that 125th ounce that you see up there, that 125th ounce up there, that's in the game. But this is a 110th, 2018, 2018 Eagle MS69. So my offer on these, for anybody who's interested, 2018 Eagle G5 MS69. I tell this around this way that you funny. There's a minute and a half in the giveaway right now, Jack. I mean, you know, serious pockets only. You can take that one right there. That's I think I gotta go to a real home for real. Like this gotta go to a great home. Like it can't be no low ballers. Like that's the lowest. Like these go for about like $630 right now. I'm dropping $10 off. Like you know what I mean. Like I don't know how much more lower I can go on that if I want to lose money, but. What's my favorite calibers? Whew. Well, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I was about to say, like, if we talking anything, like, anything top of the line, it's top of the line for me. Strike me as a 50, as a 50. Hey, man. I had a solid go. 5 seconds on that giveaway. If I ever get a gold bullet, I probably would never shoot anybody with it. Tapia on the giveaway. Pick you an envelope, Tapia. Tapia, pick you an envelope. We got the giveaway games going on here. Gold is still alive. Pick you a number. Pick you a number. Pick a number. 3? Sure. We'll see what's in there. Let's see what we got. Let's see. Oh. Whoa. Tapia. Pulled the gold. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. There you go. There you go. That's how you do it there. That's how you do it. Quarter grain coming to you. Nice. Nice, tell you, nice. Nice. What's the next best thing you're doing? So there's still a silver green card alive. There's still a silver green card alive in there. That's probably like the next best thing. Not gonna lie, y'all making the giveaway games better than the regular stream game. That making it fun as hell to do this shit. Like, this is the first time I'm actually doing this. Every show I try to implement something different. You know, try to switch it up a little bit, make it a little bit more interesting. You know, like, even for the, you know, people who are viewing, you know, it gives you a chance to kind of, you know, take something home, you know. You should let us choose a number off the whoo, spicy, Jack. Spicy. Aim high, Willis, aim high. I don't blame you for aiming high, man. Try to stay in there as long as you can before bedtime at 9:30. What is you got a bedtime? Come on. Time is an illusion. Who cares about time? Time is an illusion, folks. What we perceive as time, it's nothing more than just a haste to waste our lives. There you go. There you go. There's no sleep when it comes to collecting coins. You must stay up. No, seriously. I've missed so much crazy deals off of just the Bay alone. Just because of me not wanting to be avidly bidding on things. Like, and I'm talking about super deals. Like gold and stuff like that. Like, so you must stay awake if you want to catch those deals. You know, Mom told you to go to sleep at 10. It's 10 o'clock. Your ass should be in bed. I don't know. Had this come in the mail today as well. 2025, 5 grammer. It's a 5 grammer there. See, it literally came in today. I got it off of, I forgot what channel I got it off of. I think it was Vinny. Silver Vinny. Vinny the God on that, though. Vinny was giving up a lot of deals on there. The gold bell coin. Oh, the Liberty Bell. Hold on a second, son. I got you. That is a Cook Islands gold $5 here for you folks. This is pure gold. There's no alloys in this whatsoever. Weight. These are one. I believe these are 1/200s or 0.2 grams. Yeah.
sick, man. I'm not gonna lie to you. These go for about shit. They probably went up. It was like from something I got this. It was like 160. This shit probably like 180 now or something like that for that. Like 180 or something for that piece right there. I love the whole 10 1-ounce Kruger. Yo, the Kruger's is sick. I'm not gonna lie. Kruger's is sick. Only Kruger I was able to hold was a 1/50th ounce. That's probably that was the biggest Kruger I was able to hold as far as a gold goes. I hold a 1-ounce silver Kruger before. There you go. No, seriously. Like, you gotta understand how it's supposed to go, chat. Like, you stack up on certain things at the low for a reason, right? So, like I was saying, I stack up on these to buy silver. You know what I'm saying? And I'll sell silver to get my gold. You get what I'm saying? Like, there's a math to this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a math to this shit. You stack up your copper on the low. You sell your copper to buy your silver. You stack up on your silver. Whatever the case is, you get to a nice portion. You sell a few silver. That one Roblox game. Crazy. There you go, right? Like, that's the track. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the trifecta, man. You can't miss out. I'm telling you, you can't miss out. Like, you don't want to be one of them people that miss out on something like, at its low. I even still think I miss copper's low. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like I miss copper's low. Like, I got in at when it was starting to go up. Not recently, but over the years, even when it was at $3 an ounce. Like, you gotta remember, like, copper was always, you can get 129 for an ounce. Like, it was that low. Like, I wasn't buying at that low. I wasn't buying, to be honest with you. And so fast. It's just sitting at what, 5 something right now for an ounce of copper. And that's just an ounce of melt. You gotta remember, these are manufactured pieces. So when you talk bullion now, you're talking premium. Just like you talk about silver premium when you're talking about getting these coins. And it's not raw. It's not just raw, shot like silver shot. That's where you can go with melt, a spot price. You can sell that around. When you start going through these and they start turning them into these colorized designs and shit like that, there's the premium that comes with that now. So that $5 ounce of silver has now become $11 an ounce. But people wouldn't want to pay like $11 for 1 ounce of copper right now. They pay more around, like, they still want to pay more around. They want to suppress it. So they want to still pay somewhere around like $6-7 for it. Even the colorized. So, FOMO is real. Is it good? About 8 silver grams for $4.
Give or take what it is.
8 silver grams for $4. Did you get that for that price, Jack? Because I'm gonna be honest with you. Okay. Well, then somebody must have sold you that. Yeah, I don't know how. When did you get that? Not probably in the recent markets, because I know 8 silver grams wouldn't go for $4 now. Did that happen recently? Last week. Wow, nah, you got a steal, bro. That's excellent. 8 grams minimum. I'm giving out the chat right now because of that. Oh, okay. I heard you. You know what? Or run another one. Just because Ryan said that. I should run another one. Somebody accidentally ran a bundle on a Buck and Go and didn't want to take it back. What?
Dumb.
Yo, that was
It's a steal.
stupid of them.
It's a steal.
Can you? Would you mind? Without the at though, 'cause I don't want them to know that you're trying to give up their channel name. But would you mind telling the chat what channel that was? 'Cause, listen, chat. Get your deals wherever somebody is falling short. That's all I'm saying. They say silver is going to switch many hands in this time phase. So get your deals from who you can get them from. You find it so crazy DM the guy and text him. You realize he said that was really $8 grand. He said, "Yeah, just take it." What? I was like, "No, you accidentally done it." No, I feel you. You was trying to be a G for real. Like that. Wow. I never seen people wanting to give up silver so bad as they'll sell it for a lesser. Like, wait, what? Like, I've never heard of that. Like, there must have been like some super urge or need for that. Like, that's the only way I know people selling it off. Is they just sell it for whatever they can get. They're like backed up on like storage bills or some shit like that. Like, nah, that's an amazing steal. I find that shit amazing funny too, because that minimum. Let me tell you what 8 grams minimum, depending on what the silver is, because the more premium silver gram it gets, the more the more that price goes up. So melt right now for a gram of silver is sitting at somewhere around like 350, somewhere around there, somewhere $350, $4, somewhere around there. So if you multiply that, you minimum should have paid $24 for that. You know what I'm saying? Like minimum. You know what I'm saying? Like for $4 is crazy. Did I forget to mention the buyers gave you a story about how I bet you beat the two foreign fillers? Yeah, those form fillers are real, but that's why I don't really run the buyers giveaway too often. I just juice up the packages like singly, like individually. Like it's insane, like it's truly insane. People understand like how to get around the loops and stuff on these apps, and I promise you, they will milk they will milk it. They will milk it. Yeah, somebody bid on $191 to hit 1 gram of silver on them big channels. Like I don't down talk no channels on here because I got a lot of my big hits from those big channels like Senor Gold and Gold Silver Naples and Bleacher Bullion, and you see them on the top of your timeline when you go to Coins and Bullions. Those top guys. I haven't won anything from Trader B's channel yet. That's a little bit too out of my budget right now, but like you got a lot of these channels where they're running, bigger stuff than what you see here. They got like quarter ounces, half ounce gold and stuff on the line, and you're bidding like how you see right here. That's like the price of what people are bidding for to get those spins. So the floors on those games are crazy, crazy, crazy devalued. I feel like what's your favorite ounce and quarter ounce and a half? I'm gonna be honest with you. That's a great question. Those specific ones right there from the Perth Mint, anything that comes from Perth Mint or like that Australian Year of the Snake, I like stuff like that. I like those frosty look, those reverse proofs. Anything reverse proof, I'm a big fan of. 5 seconds on that giveaway. Let's see it. Great. You up, man. You up, Great. It's showtime, Great. It's showtime, Great. Pick an envelope, Mo. My lovely human being. What number envelope there? Let's go for it. Let's go for it. Let's see what that is there. What that is? Could it be the other silver? It's only another silver in there. Oh, we got the 2 random Pokemon cards. And some stickers. Oh, okay, cool. That's not bad. Not bad. Not bad. Throw that in there for you. What's better than 1? 2! What kind of Pokemon cards? So it's just randoms. I just went in and grabbed we got these here. We got a Japanese Volt. I think that's Vulpix. That's Ninetales. Okay, that's a Volt. Yeah, got a Japanese Ninetales and the Power Tablet trainer.
Power iPad.
Power Tablet, the Power iPad, and these right here. A couple stickers in there.
Oh, this is the Yerkies. It's the Pokemon perks.
Couple stickers there. So what I hear, these people been grading these, certain companies been grading these fucking stickers.
Yeah, I have a pristine 10, I have a 9.
Yeah.
CG grading doesn't.
Yeah, the CG grade. I mean,
think CGC doesn't too.
Yeah, that's shit. In these kind of conditions, shit, I would grade them too. I ain't gonna lie. Like,
I have a sealed box of those.
Oh wow.
The blue version is out of print now, so I got like 2, 3 sealed.
Oh, okay. Imagine if we would have sent the whole thing and it was fresh to get graded. That'd be dope.
It's tough because since they're stickers, you know, sometimes it just really gets cold. So it's really hard to get like a 10 or even a pristine. So you usually majority see like between 5 and 9.
Ooh, okay. Shit, that's decent. So we'll look it up random for in the raw for the spot about 120. Okay, so okay. Yeah. Definitely work out the difference and all that too. Come up with a decent in between number somewhere there. And 3 go backs. You can do that. We can do that. That sounds decent. We can do that. Hey, since you stacking it, yeah, Swan. Shit, since you stacking gold like that, you been stacking gold. About to make you some offers, brother. Like,
I got slabs you've been wanting, so.
Lucy got the slabs you been wanting. Absolute, bro. I'm always, we always hook you up. Shit. From just modding and stuff, that ain't too bad, man. Shit, I don't know what to say. I couldn't get that high off of just regulars, Oh yeah, so after these last 4 envelopes giveaways get pulled, we're gonna run the giveaway games back, and it'll be another 10, and another top hit of gold will be in there. So it's a nice little run of giveies. So they could change this June to be able to make it a fatality. Okay. 4 grams of gold. 4 grams right now, it's probably gonna be like freaking somewhere around like 800. Like 800 something with the premium, depending on what type of gold. Some of these gold grams ain't talking about pamp or some shit like that. Like, so certain mints you get your stuff from are premium. A lot of people will say like you got the Perth mint and Geiger are 2 of the top premium mints. I'm talking about internationally. Then you have the Perth mint. You got Valcambi is not so much of a premium as Pamp, so Pamp would come after the Perth mint, or basically on the same level. Perth mint, Pamp. Some Pamp prices, some Pamp pieces are premium and limited mintages. So, and then you got some other mints like Golden. You got Golden State Mint. You got that's probably like Golden State Mint is like in a. Oh yeah, I can't forget the Royal Canadian Mint. Royal Canadian Mint is up there with Geiger. They're like premium shit, like so. Um, you got yeah, man. I'm Geiger is just like premium, super premium. A gram of Geiger right now goes for like almost $390 for a gram of Geiger gold. That's how premium that shit is. A regular spot price of a gram of gold right now is 200. They went up a whole 100, and like it's serious with the Geigers. Like it's that serious. Like, and because they're not shipping out more in the recent times, they've cut off how much they're shipping out. Only for like super super big, like institutions purchasing can get their hands on some Geiger. Regular hands like us, we gotta wait for those big people to get it and resell it to us. That's how we get it in our hands. So they're not selling to us personally. They are not selling to us individually, unless you're talking a good mill or better. Like, but you got Golden State Mint. Like I said, is in a lane kind of their own because they have access to a lot of, their refinery is bigger than the locals. The reason why I say that is because you have locals like Patriots Coin, right? You got Patriots Coin, the one who makes these. Anytime you see these grainages that look like this, they're in gold and silver. They come from Patriot Coin. You see the PC right there. Those are your local refineries, like that are doing it literally probably out of their garage or some shit. You know what I'm saying? But they're making enough to stay in demand. And those are sometimes the better people to get from is the local refineries. I'm not gonna lie to you. Sometimes and at times like this, you're trying to get hands on it. You want to grab anything that you know is pure silver. If there's people who are doing it out their garage refining it, I'm looking. I told Lou that I'm looking into studying, getting all that refinery and stuff, equipment too, because that's probably the next level of this channel right now. Like we're here selling coins to you, but eventually, maybe 5-10 years down the road, when we get our hands into it, we'll be selling you our own minted pieces of gold and silver. And that's something that you want to just kind of, the sky's the limit. Like you got 4.5 grams of crystalline silver. That's lovely, because that's like you can home grow that. You can home grow silver. Like you can grow silver out of a steel bowl with the right ampage, and of course, the right solution and stuff. Yes, you can literally grow fucking crystalline silver from your fucking crib, and I'm talking about ounces of it too, like ounces of it. So why buy it if you can get into how to actually mint it and refine it yourself? That way you can have a whole stack just by yourself. So when you're going through the process of electrolysis is a great process, because on different levels, no matter what kind of ore you're getting, if you're getting like a silver ore with graphene, from a graphene ore, or you're getting gold from a granite, a quartz ore, or whatever. There's always other metals and traces of other metals in there. You got that are still valuable too. So that's why I said I was checking the prices of other base metals too, because you got base metals that you find in there as well. You'll find lead in there. You'll find tin in there. You'll find copper in there. And that's where a lot of people get their copper from. So on different levels of electrolysis, you can literally extract from the same ore. You can extract that level of metal. It's a crazy procedure. Like, I mean, one of the most sickest. Like, I mean, you gotta love it. Like, so now it's like you can mine rock from like or a mine that has a level of content of metals in it, and just shoot for the stars. Get whatever you can get out the fucking ore and do something with it. Like, people make bullion bars out of these ores. They make bullion bars. People are selling aluminum bars and shit like that. Like, I was showing Lou, I said, yo, y'all don't even understand. Like, I might be purchasing a lot of titanium and aluminum, and because when I see these bullion coins, it makes me want to dive into it just off of how it looks in a bullion coin or in a bullion piece. I'll show you an example. Well, you already know. All day, every day. Let me show y'all an example of what I'm talking about. Oh man, if only I could ship you some legally. Do I want to give what, Jack? Do I want to give what, Jack? I don't know what you was talking about. Oh, can I run the Gibby? Oh, I got you. I'm about to run it right after I show you guys this real quick. Jack could give you guys, but for real, he like, yo, I'm trying to get me one. I ain't give a fuck what it is. I'm trying to give you something. Look at this shit right here. This is 1 ounce of aluminum. Does that not look like something you would fucking buy? Like it doesn't have to be silver. You don't have to I don't care. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's cool. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's alright. Like, you can be honest with me, You can be honest when you get stuff like that. They don't have to false sell it as silver. They can just label it aluminum. And I mean, just the design alone, look at that shit. That's a proof. That's like proof. How you get proof out of aluminum? How the hell you get proof out of aluminum? I don't even know. Like, but that's fucking good. And the same thing in the titanium. Like, I mean, you see some shit like this, you be like, alright, I'll take it. Like, this is fucking sick. 1 ounce of titanium. I'm telling you, when you see it like this, it looks more appealing to the eye. Look how thick that shit is. Y'all see how thick that shit is? That shit was a real thick piece. Like, I'm just trying to get y'all interested in other metals too, before big markets and big industries get into it. You know, like get y'all interested in some of this stuff, because that's where some of my money's going into this. Just to have a little. It doesn't hurt to have a little stack of everything. Just not too much of a stack. Giveaway games is up, chat. Hop in there. Hey, look at that shit. That's an eagle. That's an eagle. You know that's titanium though, right? Yeah, that's titanium, bro. 1 ounce titanium. Sick. Look how thick this motherfucker is. Look how thick that motherfucker is. Is it bulletproof though? Hey, you never know. You might just try stacking up a few of those in a bulletproof, in an empty bulletproof vest and test it out. Try stacking up a whole bunch and just open up the pocket in an empty bulletproof and just stack it with hella titanium coins. Or bars. Bars will probably be better. Shit. Hey, it's worth the experiment. We could have been making our own bulletproof vest this whole time and didn't even know. All we had to do was melt down some titanium. Melt down some titanium. You know what? Another metal that's good to. So another metal that's good that I've been looking into, and a lot of people make fake gold with it. So there's a lot of people that are making fake gold with this right here. Can anyone guess what this metal is? Copper? Nope. Clyde? Nope. There you go, Jack.
Wow.
There you go, Jack. Tungsten, folks, is a great metal. It has a higher heating conductivity point, a higher melting point than that of gold, silver, and your favorite platinum. Tungsten heats up at about 3160, 3160. Maybe I'm off a couple numbers, but definitely over 3000 degrees Fahrenheit. It takes to melt some tungsten. Yes. Tungsten is if you're looking at chat, if you're looking to get jewelry, look for tungsten. Tungsten does not tarnish. It has a very high resistance to tarnish over silver, over sterling silver at that. If you're getting pure silver, hey, no problem. If it's sterling silver, you have a better shot at getting you some tungsten in your jewelry. Yes. You know what tungsten is also used in? AKA gunmetal. AKA gunmetal, folks. You couldn't use regular steel on guns and weapons. You have to use a tougher that can sustain more pressure and heat pressure. Tungsten is used in a lot of weaponry. There you go. So what's my favorite, gold or tungsten? I would always say gold is going to be the favorite long-term value. Hedging against anything would be gold. Has always been the safest hedge against inflation, right? But another, like, just aside, I'm always going to be interested in tungsten of some sort. Giveaway up. Who getting it? Boyle. Pick you an envelope, Boyle. We got 4 envelopes left in the giveaway game in this set, and we will run another one afterwards. I think you still have a silver still alive here. You got some silver still alive here. Pick you a number. 3. Let's see it. Let's see what we got. Oh, there it is. There it is. Nice, Boyle. Nice. Got the only silver that was left out of there. Silver grain card coming to you. No problem, brother. See that 1 grainer there from Patriots coin on that nice Pokemon card. Of course, you know these cards have value. You can check that card value there. Might be sitting on somewhere around $2 or so there in that giveaway. So yeah, chat, like tungsten, man. Tungsten is where it's at right now. I've been in a high interest on tungsten. It's high interest. It's just the price to get some right now in jewelry is not so affordable as you think. I was looking up chains, just even regular chains that you could wear. Tungsten jewelry is cheap. Like don't sleep on it. Just because it's not purchased heavily on the market, precious metals market, doesn't mean that a tungsten necklace, a tungsten chain is not gonna go for $120. It's tungsten. The Vanguard. Oh yeah, I seen that one. I seen that once. You showed me that. I think you showed me 2. It was like a silver one, and I think you showed me one that had like I'm not sure it was chrome or something like that, or. I also have these as well. Chat. You bought a gold one from the seller? Oh, okay. I thought I saw the gold. We have these 1.5 gram metals, colorized silver. Believe it or not, these are limited mintage and they go for about 25 a pop. They go for about 25 a pop. It's 1.5 grams of silver. Yeah, bro. And it's limited, so they have sets with it. It's like different colors, like different fluorescent tone. Like this one might have more blue, the other one might have more pinkish and purple. The other one might have more green and blue, yellow on it. So it just kind of looks dope. Yeah, we got the set. $4 short, otherwise you're right. Well, you know, for you, there's deals out there. There's deals anywhere for you, Swans. There's deals anywhere. $4 ain't too far off. Also, I gotten these. You went from having no gold to poof. That's a good. I'm telling you, habits like that, bro. The first 10K, 10 karat ruby. I don't think you told me about the ruby yet. Where'd you get that one from? No Prospect of Gold and Gems be having a lot of gems on there too. A lot of beautiful gems. I got these too. I picked up some of these. Got the set of Zombucks. So this is a different set right here than the silverback set. So these are limited mintage as well. But as you can see, this is a different limited count. It's 10,000 on those Zombucks. It's 50,000 on these, on the silverbacks. So you got 50,000 here, and these on these Zombucks is 10,000 of them minted. So, like I said, I like stuff that are limited mintage because those are the first to go up in price when the market recalibrates and goes up, or all that good stuff. You got it for free. There you go. Or that's what I always say, when you mod, I always say that's like your payment. Like when you win givvies and stuff like that, like that shit, that's like how you get paid as a mod. I mean, if they're not throwing something in, in that package, but when you win a giveaway as a mod, it makes it easier to kind of give you whatever incentive for for modding on the show. We like to pay. I mean, if I was to ever, I don't really. The channel's not that huge yet, but we get to the point where we need a mod and stuff. But I got Lou here. It's good, decent enough for now. But we get to that level where we need like just a few different mods. Like I would be more inclined to paying my mods in numismatic value. Like give you something of some value that you can hold into your collection or things of that nature. Of course, bro. You skip work to line. Hey, we're gonna get to that level. Like we're gonna get to that level, bro. Like we are definitely gonna get to that level where you could probably take off. You know what I'm saying? Like, just stay home with mod. Like for me, it's more just posting announcements to do for the game of modding and the protection of the host from bots and stuff. Nice. Great. Can I run a givey? I will run another givey in another 10 minutes. Great. I will definitely be running another giveaway. Probably less than that. I'm just setting up real quick. Give me a second here. All right, bro. No problem. Okay, definitely, bro. Chat
I appreciate y'all hanging out with me, man. I know it was just more of a giveaway session today because wasn't really much up for, yeah, let's get some 25 shares. Let's do that. I like that. More shares, the better. The more fun the game is. Let's get it. That was fast. We almost there. We just need 9 more shares and we back in this giveaway games. Gotta space it out, Chad. I want you guys to know that this is like a lounge when you're here. You're here hanging out, learning about a lot of numismatic good stuff. We talk about gold, silver here, coins, value of coins, certain coins, rare coins, error coins, foreign coins. This is the channel where you want to come and hang out whenever you have some time, whenever we're live. We're not live often. I know we're not all trying to get into more consistent streaming mode. It's been a little tough. Just trying to reorganize and get a lot of oh wow, we had 23 shares, 2 more. We got to run this happen like that. 24? That sound fast? Well, let's do it then. There we go. Giveaway game up. What's your favorite gold ounce or silver ounce? Not including the price. Good question, Jack. I'll probably have to go with on a gold. I mean, that's a nice question. I might have to go with the Geiger Gold. And for the silver, I might go with if it's anything reverse proof, I like silver. Anything reverse proof is probably my favorite. Which one do I like more, gold or silver? Well, I mean,
Like I said, that's an even better question. Proof equals the shit. Yeah, yeah, definitely. Like definitely. I might have to go with. I've always liked gold though. I've always loved. I've always liked gold. Like that's always been like but it's leaning. It's starting to lean towards silver a little bit, just a little bit. Like almost like silver jewelry. Nice material. What material was the gold eagle? What metal was it made out of? So the eagles have, I believe, 99.5% gold and 0.5% copper. And the copper is just so that it can hold and keep that tough, that tough consistency. Because 24 karat gold in purity is very soft. So you talk about a golden 58 desert. Well, gee, I would have. I would hope that this may have been made out of I mean, here's the thing with that. Like, you can gold chrome plates anything. So I would never say that anything is made with pure gold as far as like weaponry goes. If you're like looking for a fancy weapon or something like that, you would never make a gun out of all gold. It just wouldn't suffice. So you would need some sort of metal to toughen that up, and it only can combine better with certain metals. It can't. It kind of is in the lane by itself. That's why I kind of like whenever you see gold, it's usually like plated. When it comes to certain metals, because it doesn't mix well with a lot of other metals, base metals. How long have I been doing this for? I'm gonna be honest. I've been like this for like good. I would say about a good 6 years. Like 6 years. So I've been studying numismatic stuff. Yeah. Not long as a lot of people have been doing it, but I just started to learn the value. I was trading a lot. Texas corn and cattle on the Givey. Let's go. Pick you an envelope, brother. Any envelope. All the gold and silver's been pulled. Far left. All the gold and silver's been pulled already. So all you got is either foreign notes, foreign coins, or Indian head penny. It's not bad. What we got here? There we go. Indian head, 1 cent. There we go. Nice. How about a 1906, bro? 1906. Throw that into the next buyer. There you go, guys. There you go. So that's in the next giveaway. Going with the next giveaway. The next giveaway winner. Hey, thanks, brother. Appreciate you, man. That's love right there. I appreciate people like that. Sometimes it's just it don't really take too much. It don't really cost too much to support the channel. Staying for like a good 2 minutes or so. Just algorithm always pulls more people in. So the more people that are joining just to see what's going on, what's to talk about, like the more people come in and just join off of that. Sort of like a podcast, Like, and cleanliness is your top priority. That's why you can rely on Granger for a sort of like a podcast. Yeah, absolutely. You should shorten it up like a 3 second sudden death, but like you count to 5 and get in. That only, Jack, I'm gonna tell you, that only works when there's a lot of people in there, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you. That's the perfect time when that works. Like when there's at least like 20 or so people on the chat, like, steadily. It has to be very steady though. Like, that's more fun to do on that. Like, you know. But I feel like in this game, I'm giving givings to the same people. More like, you know what I'm saying? It's more like I'm getting, the same people are entering in the same low number. You get what I'm saying? It's only 9 people. Like stuff like that. You got the people actually watching you. Like, it's really, well, how many people? 9 people is not enough to run givings back to back. You understand, Jack? It costs me money to send these givings. If there's not enough action on price action, and there are people bidding on things or purchasing stuff, you know what I mean? Like, it's great to do. I don't mind giving stuff away. I don't want that to be misperceived at all. Like, but you know, as soon as you get 3 seconds or so for people to join, then you draw the winner. That's back to back, Jack. What do you mean? Like the point of the point of running the giveaways is so that people join. More people join. I get that people shared it and stuff like that, but it has to it has to benefit the channel too. You know what I'm saying? Like giving things away is no problem, but it has to benefit the channel of some sort. I give away 10 giveaways, and then there's no sale. You got to understand that how it works on the seller's behalf too. You know what I mean? Like I don't mind. I really don't mind running giveaways, but it has to benefit the channel of some sort. More people here, like steadily. You know what I mean? Like that kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like it's okay to have a decent number for a portion of time, but that number has to grow. Like I'm running more giveaways, more people have to be here. You get what I'm saying? Like it only has to work out like that. Like if I'm gonna do it that way, especially if I'm just golden in a giveaway too. Like come on, you can't just run gold for like 10 people. Like I only ran the first game because I was trying to show how it works. Like so that when people join and stuff like that, they understand how it works. But if I'm gonna reset it every time, 10 giveaways and throw another gold in there, I mean, do you understand the cost in that? Like, like Whatnot always takes their commission off of whatever it is that we're selling here. Like, so it's never gonna be full profit unless you're consistent with it. Let's do this. Let's make it a little bit more interesting. Let's make it a little bit more interesting. And whatever I sell, I always take a loss on. So I never sell. We don't sell things for wholesale price here. We always sell it for under wholesale here and whatnot. So let's run. Let's run it at 13. These are black ruthenium plated Kennedy half dollars. Black ruthenium plated Kennedy half dollar. These go for $17 wholesale. Give me $4 off here. Comes with the COA. I'll run that back in case anybody didn't catch that. Black ruthenium plated. Ruthenium is another precious metal worth more than platinum, I believe, right now. Or palladium, I think it's one that says worth more than palladium right now. All right. No takers on that one. Well, what do you guys want to see, chat? What do you guys want to see? We got the Refinery Royale bin games going on. So what happens is, in this bin, you pick a case number right here. All of these are in there. So for $69, you can make an offer for up to 10% off. And you get to pick any one of these cases. That can be any one of these stuff in there, including that gold is sitting in one of these packs. But it's up to y'all to find it. That's how those games work. So think about that. That's $320. That's $329. About $330 for that. About $180 for that. These are all about about $110 slabs. These are about another $100 and something slabs. You got these over here. These three right here in the middle. A good 50, 60 or better. 60 or better. And you got these two on the outside that are worth at least 50 or better. You got these three right here. These 31100s, limited mintages, sitting somewhere between 35. I mean, those are what you can hit out the pack, and all of these, of course, below. Those are the floors in those packs. So you get a shot, $69, or you make an offer, or whatever the case is, and you pull anything up here, you're definitely seeing profit up here. You gotta buy at least 8 good hits that you get hit. That's gonna be more. That's just you're gonna make some good money on. So out of 61 envelopes, it's not bad. You go to some channels, they're pulling from 100 and plus packs. You know, you're shooting at a longer dart. So risking it more, but you risk it less here. You risk less here, chat. Let's see. All right, let's do this. Everything's gonna always be on the cost here, so. One 2,000th of an ounce. 1/2000th of an ounce. Go back. 1/2000th of an ounce. 1/2000th of an ounce. Child, 1/2000th of an ounce. 1/2000th of an ounce of gold. Alright, so we don't want small gold, we don't want big gold. Because we don't want this, right? Just make sure we don't want this. (2018) Eagle G5 MS69. Okay, so we don't want big gold, and we don't want small gold. So what do we want? What do we want? Yo, what's up, Panda? Half ounce silver. Working? Not bad, bro. Half ounce of silver. That's a half ounce of silver shit. Chap, that's a half ounce of silver from Sunshine, man. Alright. So we don't want, I know, so if we don't want a half ounce, we definitely don't want a 1 ounce. We definitely don't want a 1 ounce. So let's try silver grain card. Silver grain. Working till 10. Shit. Silver grain card. Silver grain. Silver grain. Okay, so we don't want small silver. We don't want big silver. And I know for a fact we damn sure don't want big silver. If we didn't want big silver, and we damn sure don't want bigger silver, right, chat? Because I just want to be sure. I'm running through these things because I just want to be sure. Okay? So, just because I'm trying to be sure, let me just make sure. It's not a bad price on the Geigers. I understand something about them Geigers, man. There's a premium. There's a premium. Run it back one more time. That's $9 off for what this currently goes for. Alright. So you don't want bigger silver, which in big sense, I mean, just the name. That's the Geiger. Can't short the Geiger. Anybody want a gram of silver? 1 gram pass. 1 gram pass silver. 1 gram. Should be going for $6. I mean, still in there for 4 wouldn't be bad. There's always deals here. Who says there's no deals here? They're a liar. How about it, chat? That is a 1948 silver dime. $19.48 silver dime. I mean, you don't see them in this condition. You just don't see them in this condition. You should go for 13 even. And this year, $19.48 from this year. Looking, I mean, just you see newer coins with looking way worse than this. I'll show you an example.
Y'all don't think that this is a beautiful coin? I'll show you some.
Look at that. That's a 1987p. Look how crazy that shit was. This outlasted this. And this came out later than this one. This is a 1948 right here. This is a 1987p. The way that people treated those dimes, I mean, sheesh. Ugh. I mean, you could just tell the difference, chat. I mean, you could literally tell the difference. And it's silver. Look at that. Look at that silver rich still glistening. Look at that luster still glistening from 1948. Y'all gotta know coins, man. Y'all just gotta know. That's all I gotta say. Y'all gotta know. If you know, you know. You know? If you know, you know. Feel free to make an offer on anything you see. I mean, literally, everything's negotiable. Literally, everything you see is negotiable. I've already give you the price, the range of what I'm, I broke them down, so you already know what to make an offer on if you're smart. You guys ever seen this before? Of course you've seen them in cans. Of course, you know who they are. You know exactly who they are. But have you seen this? This is I ain't opening a can of Pepsi, a can of Coke right now. Chat. This is much more valuable than your good old can of Coke that you see from the corner store, or the bottle one for that case. Hint, hint. No problem. No problem, Texas Queen. It even looks like a bottle cap. The case looks like a bottle cap. That's freaking dope. Want to see what's inside? Pretty sure if you've been online, you've seen it already. $6 colorized silver bottle cap from Coca-Cola. I mean, if you know, you know. Look at that beautiful. Look at that beauty. You would never throw this one away. This is one you would. This was ever popped. They say that they had a lucky bottle that was silver, and they threw that in like in a random case. Would you guys start buying Coca-Cola crazy if they said that they made one of their bottles or a few of their bottles that have this on it? You guys would probably start buying Coca-Cola crazy. It's beautiful, bro. I mean, you just gotta love it. little antique items like that. Collector's items, they call them.
And I don't have much
collector's pieces. I'm trying to get some more in the coming weeks, hopefully. Yeah, stuff like that I've been getting, Chad. I'm not gonna lie.
Let me call you back. I got to stand on the line. Even crazier is that folks stick with insurance that keeps them waiting around to file a claim.
I'm gonna show you guys some cool stuff on this stream. Whoever's tuned in. Pretty cool stuff that you might not be aware of their value, but you might say, hey, this looks like a regular old coin. I mean to tell you, when you get coins like this, in this condition, $18.83. One dime from 1883 in this condition. That's even better than the 1948 I just showed you. This is a dime from 1883, and it looks in this condition. How much you think that's worth? $130 minimum. $130 minimum. It's just insane. It's really honestly insane. Probably think this is just a regular old Buffalo nickel, right? Nope. This is a 1913 Type 2. $110 for this Buffalo nickel. Insane. 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 That's what I mean by like rare coins or coins or errors or uncirculated or I don't care, you name it. I'm interested. Look at that. 1958 silver proof. There's these. There's the Kennedys, and then there's those. Anything you get from those years. Like, come on, 1958. Silver proof. MS. Like, it's literally in its mixed condition. Like, barely no scratches on it. $1958. $38 minimum low. Are you kidding me? Proof, like, you're definitely sitting somewhere around the $50 mark. MS, come on. These are certain coins that I'm getting graded, so when they come back in this side, we'll know. Unless anybody wants to make an offer on it directly. 110. I've compared this to ones actually online, and they look exactly alike. 1857. 1 cent. I mean, when you see anything older than a wheat penny, you gotta be like, well, damn. You really been out of history for a while. Because you never even probably have held this penny. You know what I mean? It's so far off of our time. You know what I mean? 1857. No one would expect to hold that in the 2000s. Like, no one would expect to hold that kind of coin. Even in this tarnishable condition that it's in, it's not like so mint state. Even in that tarnishable condition, I guarantee it'll still run you $110. It's the intrinsic value. You still see some of the image on it. You can tell it's a flying eagle scent. You can see the year. So once everything is still readable, it can be as dull as it is, but at least they know what it is. You know? Straight up. And a lot of the stuff that you might even overlook are some of the more valuable coins, like once they're graded. And then everybody wants them. And now everybody wants that. Oh yeah, I'm looking for that such and such coin in the MS whatever, or whatever grade, because now they're starting to know the value of it. And look at this 1909 bar recorder. Easily an $80 coin. Easily. Readable, everything's still readable. I mean full bands, like a quarter from 1908. 1909, I'm sorry. A quarter from 1909. It's not fully, but it's not fully, like, still has some time. You can tell it's been, circulated, but you still can see the image, you still can read the words. Those are gradable coins. Those are the coins they want to grade. Those are the coins they want to grade. You guys are going to laugh at this one, but I guarantee you, you've never seen 1950. Don't mind the casing. The casing just makes it look a little dull. That's the casing. The actual coin is proof. It's fuck.
Looking for adults 45 and under.
Like, it's proof as fuck. Like,
sound like you?
I mean, seriously.
You're sexually active and unvaccinated. It could still be you.
1950 in that condition. Probably not gonna see nowadays, even if it's in circulating hands. So, the more cleaner that coin looks, I'm telling you. 1952, similar to the other one. But 1952s are a more key date, right? If you look up the melt on these, they minted less of 1952s than they did 1950s. So, yeah, they're both proof-like, but one would still be a little bit more value than the other just because of the limited mintage of it.
Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system, are pregnant, or plan to be. The most common side effects.
Got a lot of different coins like that. A lot of different, just different stuff. Like, I don't like to keep too much. I like things that grab my interest, right? See something that says, "Oh, that's nice. That's interesting." I'm more likely interested about it. Right? And then I'll hold it, and it's like a toy. Like I'll hold it, let it get some value. The only difference is I wait till it gains a little value before I sell it. But it's like a toy, you run out of excitement for it after a while, like, and then you just, like, hey, I'm willing to give it up, I'm getting it for a decent price. I'm willing to let it go to a new home, But certain pieces, you just be like, yeah, nah, that I'm gonna be holding on to that for a while. Like, I'm gonna be attached to that one for a minute. Like, I don't even know if I have. Yes, I do have a piece that I'm probably going to be attached to for a very long time. Let me show you guys. Like, I mean, I would have to give it to you for I can't buy it back price. Like, that's how serious it is. Like, because I can't buy it back. I'm going to show you right now. This is one of the pieces you would have to make me an extremely great offer, and it's usually going to be a good 40% over what the asking value is for it, and that's just like I said, because I can't buy it again. It's I can't buy it back price. Okay, like, so when you come across shit like this, United States Grand Prix Formula One quarter ounce. You can uncross shit like this. You just don't let it up because it's not just any quarter ounce, right? Like, it's Formula One first and foremost, so it's branded from an extremely credited institution, whether it be entertainment, whatever. It's a credited institution, credited company. Secondly, it was minted by Pam. So that premium on top of that now, right? And it's just fucking cool. Like, what the fuck? Like this shit is just fucking cool. Like the I can't buy it back price on this shit, I guarantee you, and I mean it's a super I can't buy it back price. Like this shit is, I'm letting this shit go for like 1,900 minimum. Like that's my minimum on this shit. Like, not even gonna lie to you. And I know that's way over the cost of the melt of it. And people will say, oh yeah, well the melt is only this. The melt police will come in and start saying, oh, the melt police, oh great, they know what the melt is on everything that you put up there. But these are manufactured pieces. Pamp will never sell you spot or melt in their pieces. They'll never sell it to you as spot or melt. So that premium is gonna stay locked with that. I'm always gonna keep that pegged to this. Like, that'll never go less than. And then I got another 20 something else % that I'm adding on it just because I can't buy it back. So, like I said, that's my offer on that. Like, it's 1,900 on that. Like, and I'll run it just to see if y'all are interested. But I know for a fact, ain't nobody gonna buy that. And it's so limited. I mean, come on. It's so limited. Like, good luck on finding another one of these. Like, literally, good luck. Like, you know,
That's the piece that I'm tied to right now. Like I don't sleep with it. I ain't that tied to it, but like
it's a highly favorite of mine.
And I'm probably not looking to release that out the inventory anytime soon.
Second in line out that is 2013 P Australia, $25 quarter ounce gold. Once again, this is actually in a slab now, and it's graded at PCGS Proof 70 Decant. It's the highest grade you can go. So you know there's a high premium on that. And because I can't buy this one back too, this is definitely around the same price as the other one.
Yeah, I remember I bought these at the low when this stuff is, so I'm never gonna get that price again on gold.
It probably would never dip lower than 4,000 again. Like,
So you guys can see a little bit of what we got here. I mean, offers, like I said, are on the table for whatever you're interested in.
you can't lowball. Gotta be super interested in getting any of these.
I'm already dropping down the price a little bit because
This is Whatnot. You can always get things for less than wholesale on Whatnot.
yeah, chat. Let's what we got here. Try to run a few things, even at $2. And if it's your first time buying, I just want to let you know, if it's your first time purchasing on the channel, and I run something for, let's say, $1, $2, that's the best time to get in and get something to knock off that shipping price. And then everything else you get is going to be in a bundle. You know what I mean? Like, so then you'll get everything in a bundle after that, whatever you bid on that. So those will just be the outright what you pay, instead of no shipping is going to be added after you knock off that first purchase. Jack, there probably won't be any more giveaways for another 10 or so minutes, just because the number on the channel is going down, bro. It's not going up. So I gotta do it at my leisure now, in hopes of more people coming in. That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. I'm pretty sure everybody's in this mode where it's like, I gotta stack as much as I can. I think it's like the fear of missing out that's kicking in when it comes to certain things. Like, I truly do believe it's like the fear of missing out on certain things, because if you weren't aware of it before, especially and you were just put onto it recently, or new people, it's like a rush. You get like this rush. I was the same way. I'm saying this because I was the same way. Like, so I know what it's like first getting in. Like, it's like, yo, I needed to get as much as I can get. Oh, it's giveaways free. Shit, let's see how much I could get. Like, stack up on those. But eventually, over time, I stopped devoting so much time to the, you know, to the wanting of things, and then started to contribute to the numismatic world, where I started being a reseller or a seller of certain things. So it feels good to give things away now, because it's like, hey, I'm in a position where I'm a seller now. I'm no longer just a giveaway hoarder, a giveaway searcher trying to get stacking a entry level stacker. But it's always fun in the beginning. I'm telling you, those are the first days where it's fun. You're kind of grateful for every little bit that you get, like, and then you start to your mindset starts to change. So it's like, well, how much of my day-to-day funds can I invest into these values of coins or bullion? And you come to find out that the price is pretty affordable. Like, even for the average working American. Let's just think about back in 1920, when gold was $20 an ounce. I mean, shit, we'll probably never see those days again, right? And what did $20 get you back then? In 1920, $20 only got you maybe a good suit as a man, a nice tailored suit. Maybe with a hat to match. Like a whole set. Maybe you was able to get that for 1 ounce of gold back then. It was so devalued. We were entering the gold rush, where, I mean, everything that we know today, it came from that. It came from the excessive digging in the earth for this element called gold. And when they knew it was here, they dug up as much as they could. There's vaults that melt every day gold into bars. So we understand the preciousness of these of these stars exploding, and the benefit of us as human beings to be able to hold such a precious metal. I guess we understand it now. It's just so beautiful to see where gold has come, like. But just if I can go back in time, and I'm pretty sure everybody that's watching this, it feels the same. Like, we could just go back in time just a little bit, like to when at least gold was, you know, $20, $40, $60 an ounce. Shit, if we only knew that it was going to be where it was going to go today. Of course, we knew what kind of messed up that generational wealth. Of course, Sir FDR, shitbag, such a shitbag. But you can't just blame it on FDR though, right? Like, you can't just blame the whole thing on FDR. It was an executive decision nonetheless, but it was a central bank decision. And what I mean by central bank, it's not a piece of shit as FDR that's in control of how the whole central currency runs. You got bigger people who are in power. People who he has to answer to. So when them people come to you and tell you, yeah, this is what we're gonna need you to do to the people. Suppress that gold, confiscate it. Once you confiscate a certain amount of ounces from these people, manipulate the price again. Now gold starts going up as soon as everybody confiscates their gold. Ironic. Very ironic. Wasn't by coincidence at all, though. That was the whole plan. And it was set way before the 1920s. That plan was set, centuries, to acquire the gold in the Newfoundland. So the regular people who you claim to be U.S. citizens, they don't really consider you valuable enough to even hold that. Of course, after we went off the gold standard, this is way after the price has been manipulated to where people can't even, it takes you about freaking 6 months out of a fucking working year to get an ounce. Minimum. What used to take like 2 weeks, maybe a week back then in 1920. We used to take a week's worth of pay or a month's worth of pay. You now have to work 6 months for. It's not something that we saw coming. We the people. I can say we the people. We had more of a choice. It was fear that put us where we're at today. And I'll tell you why. Because if our ancestors only had known, right, our great grandfolks, if they only had known, all they needed to do was create a trust and transfer the gold to the trust to where they don't own it, but they still control it. See, this is rich people talk. This is how billionaires do it. You think the market affected the rich folks generations who were stacking gold at that same time? You think it ever affected them? The Confiscation Act? It didn't affect them. I want you guys to understand that it only affected the working class citizens, people who didn't know of creating a trust and transferring. Transferring is called mineral rights, mineral property. It's called, like, that's what you would be transferring. You would transfer it as an asset.
Gold is an asset. It's always been an asset. Our ancestors knew this, but they weren't in the status to be able to hold it in large amounts. And what I mean by status is, as a working class citizen, you're not at the status of a trustee to where you can manage the trust for the in the interest for the beneficiaries, which could be your family members. Those rich white families, I promise you, the rich people, the rich folks, their families still have gold in their safes because they don't own it. They control it. There's a big difference. You can't confiscate something that you don't own. Okay? The government can't confiscate something that you don't own. You've transferred the intellectual mineral rights or as property, as an asset to the trust. So now the trust is in control of it. You can probably still manage the trust as a trustee, but you're not. The gold that you're putting in that trust, you can't sell that gold now. There's rules to this. There's rules to this now. And this is why the rich people have always stayed rich. This is exactly why the rich families have always stayed rich, because they knew the secrets to dodging all those executive orders. Because an executive order only is only superior to the working class citizen. It's not superior to a trustee. When you're talking trust rights, you're talking a whole another level of entity, where it's called with asset protection and things like that. So, that's all I can say is, if we could just rewind the hands of time and only tell them, hey, I would just go back in time and just warn my great grandfather, like, yo, Gramps, they about to suppress the price of gold crazy. Stack up as much as you can, quarter it behind walls, do whatever you got to do, because they're trying to take it from you. Or just create a trust. Make it easy for yourself. You don't have to stash nothing. Just keep it where it's at. They can't take it. And if they do, there's heavy, heavy offenses for that. That I don't even think the government wants to even face in court. Of obstruction of rights and all that stuff, of trust rights. I don't think they want to face those types of equity cases, because you'll always win. And it's just more money for you. So, they don't want to contest that. They would never want to contest that. You know why? Because they do it. They would never contest something that they've been doing for years. But they'll never teach the strategy to the working class. Even though it'll be so beneficial to everyone's families and bloodlines to know this information of how to start a trust and transfer the rights of everything you have as an asset to that trust. That way, whenever any government shit happens, you'll always be on the upside of it. You don't lose nothing. The whole idea is to not lose what you've worked so hard to get through some sort of emergency confiscation or whatever they try to say. They declare a national emergency where they have to declare the metal confiscated. Like all these weird little pop-up, all of a sudden rules that they add to the game. It doesn't outlast in the trust. The beauty of things that we should know, man. The beauty of the things that we should know. It's lovely knowledge. I'm gonna be honest with you. When you sit back and you think about it, you really take it in, and you take it in as a whole, like a breath of fresh air. It's like you're learning now. The generation can benefit from growth, from the things that you seek to learn more about. First timers are the best people to get in Your enthusiasm is at an all-time high. You know what I mean? Like it's the best thing to be interested at that, because you understand value now. See, we all understand price, but not many of us understand value. And it comes to a point where all you know is price. And you kind of overlook the value of it, even if it's intrinsic. Even if it's a futuristic value on it, you'll overlook it for the price that it's currently at. The price that it's currently at. Because some people live in a fast world kind of lifestyle, where as it comes in, it goes out, right? So that's how you treat regular, that's how you treat regular paper, like paper printed notes. That's how you treat these. People want to stack up on these so much. And let me tell you something. That's the worst thing to do. These are not assets, chat. Cash is not an asset. You can't transfer cash to a trust. These are notes. It says it right here. This is a Federal Reserve note. It's a note. So if you know anything about the Federal Reserve, which they don't teach us about the Federal Reserve, this is why diving into numismatics kind of points your antlers to things that you never thought you would ever come to understand. We hear about Federal Reserve all the time, but we never really understand their purpose for being here. We first got to understand that Congress gave them rights to print this when U.S. went into bankruptcy, when the United States Republic went into the bankruptcy, right after the war, after the Civil War. They went into debt, went into bankruptcy. So Federal Reserve steps in, right, about 1913, and they get rights from Congress to print these. Now, what's crazily crazy about this is that they kept the same image and everything of the same notes that we were already using before, right? These were silver certificates that we were using. It says it right up here. Silver certificate differences. So like I said, they kept the same image. And this is the deceit. This is the deceit part right here, right? This is the part where they've become to deceive the people. This is a silver certificate. $1 silver payable to the bearer on demand. This is just $1. A Federal Reserve note. This, if anything, has more value, because it would take 9 of these to get 1 of these. 9 notes would create 1 silver certificate. Probably somewhere higher now, maybe around 15 of these notes would take 13 to 15 of these notes probably would take to make 1 of these. And that's because the price of silver went up. So here's it goes. This will always be worth more because the price of silver goes up. This devalues because it's not pegged to anything. It's not backed by anything. It's not backed by gold. It's not backed by silver. They're just notes. They're IOUs. These are IOUs, chat. So when you use these to pay for stuff at the store, just keep in mind, you didn't really pay for the product. You gave them an IOU for it. And that's what keeps the national debt going up. Because the more notes that go into circulation that are not accounted for, reason why they need to be accounted for is because each of these have a serial number, right? And the serial numbers are different, right? There's a reason for that. These are not just, hey, we print them all day, all long, and hey, you can burn these. You can just make it rain with these. You want to know what these really should be for? As you get these notes, these are supposed to be returned for credit. So you're returning it to the Treasury for your credit back. There's a reason why these symbols are here. That's the Federal Reserve Bank symbol, right? On the opposite side of the note lies the U.S. Treasuries. You get what I'm saying? So they both simultaneously work together, one as a debt and one as a credit. So you got to know what these notes are really for. So we should hate them, but we shouldn't hate them. Let me tell you why. Because we kept using this ignorantly. We kept using this ignorantly for purchases of goods, right? Because this is the monetary exchange for goods and services, right? But let's think way back to before the Federal Reserve was in play. What was the monetary exchange and barter exchange? Nothing, right? It was basically just an exchange of, hey, I have this for this. This many pounds of this for this many pounds of this. That was barter exchange. We didn't have a medium in between, a central bank mediating the price of what these things go for now. We've now allowed them to put price on things that never really even had a fucking price. But here's another step. I'll take it a step up for you. We fail to understand the benefits of the shit that they do and how it benefits us, how it's supposed to benefit us as we the people. If we did this correctly from day one, from 1913, if we did this correctly and credited all notes back to the Treasury for our credit back, this is a debt note. What does it say right here? This note is legal tender for all debts, public and private. Legal tender. According to Black's Law Dictionary, legal tender is promissory notes. This is a promissory note. It says it right here. It's a note. So you got to understand the functionality of how to use these in the monetary world so that it benefits the people. We weren't smart enough to be our own accountants, right? So we put in place people to do it for us. Unfortunately, we failed to understand the role that these people play and what they were intending to play from day one. We thought of it like, hey, you're doing right by us by issuing these out. Hey, we can use these to pay for goods and services now. We're stabilizing the economy. Negative. Wrong. Incorrect. From the time that they've been issued into existence, the dollar has been going down in value. It's been decreasing. Why? Because it's used for too much foreign fucking shit. We don't utilize it here for what we're supposed to use it for, right? We should all have credit from each and all of these notes. The credit is given to you from the Treasury, but in order to do that, you have to have a trust. You can't operate privately, right? Because what does it say? This note is legal tender for all debts, public and private. You can't operate private if you ain't got that trust. So that's obsolete. You're automatically a part of the public. Like by default, the people are a part of the public. So you have to establish yourself to where you can operate and get the credit back from these on the private side. They're a debt as you use them in public and in the daily life for whatever you're using them for, purchases and goods and services. It's considered a debt. That's why it's in your debit account. You debt it from your account.
It's the words are right there in plain text. You're debting it. You know what I'm saying? Like anything that comes out of this account is a debt to the national debt ceiling. It's not a credit. So it might be looked at as in your account. It might be looked at as it's in green in your account. And when you spend, it goes minus whatever out the account, right? So you would think, okay, you have this left after you're doing math. It's like, okay, I do this, I spend this much. After this, I'm left with this. So you're thinking that right there that was taken out was a negative. That's actually the opposite when you're on the private. What comes out is actually a credit. It comes back to you. But you got to be established. You got to have the foundation set up. These are going to always be the working classes go-to for any survival needs. They're gonna go to this first, right? They're not gonna think to transition this out for this and stack these because they're thinking too monetarily. So in the monetary sense, you feel the more you have of this, the more you're able to operate in the monetary world of physical things, of material things. The more of this you have, you're able to operate more efficiently in a debt-based society. That's your comfort as a citizen. That's what you think. But the trick to the loophole is this is your gateway out. You should have been transitioning. If you didn't know how to operate in the private and transition out these to the treasury and get your credit back, then the best way to get your credit is to hedge it. You hedge your debt into things that are worth of value. Gold here, even fractionals. You hedge it in these because the price of gold is going to always outlast. So that's just a little lesson for people who doesn't really understand what the Federal Reserve's purpose was. It wasn't to stabilize the economy. Is what I should say. Okay, they were here to stabilize the economy. They weren't here to actually be what we look at as a negative. Because like I said, if we knew how to operate with them, they're actually they're actually like a co-partner. They're not federal. The Federal Reserve has nothing to do with the federal government at all. They're more of a cartel than anything. So the U.S. engraving and printing in Washington D.C. that prints these excessively every single day. They don't teach what they're doing and why they're doing it. So when you even go to like doing tours and stuff, when I went to a trip. I went to the engraving and printing center like a sixth grade field trip. And I'm not gonna lie to you, I expected to learn more. But I felt like they were not giving. They were just giving an educational version of what goes on there. They weren't really trying to tell you how to operate through them in the sense of having an account or how to, just understanding notes in general and in their purpose, a bill of exchange, just knowing what the bill of exchange act you and how you can utilize notes for that purpose. As a trustee, you can do pretty much anything on a private level. You know what I'm saying? Once you're not obstructing anything in benefit, that's an interest of the beneficiaries. You're not obstructing anything like that. You're pretty much you're green lighted. So it's great to know these things, though. I'll be honest with you. Like I was in a point in time where I thought that these were shit that we should stack up onto. Like I thought that this was going to get us far. But as this devalued, I started to understand something. We're not as knowledgeable about the finance market as we thought we were. Because you check on, there's certain things like
like they have certain reports, right? The Federal Reserve releases certain reports that can give you an insight on where the basis points are going to go as far as interest rates go. Right? So they'll say, you always hear them talking about, yeah, interest rates are going up, 3 basis points or 4 basis points or things like that. They're talking about lot size. So 0.4 is equivalent to like, you know, shit. If you're talking the dollar being, you got to watch the DXY market. The DXY is the dollar index market. If you're talking 0.4, 0.04, that's like a good maybe $10, $15 off the market. You know what I mean? Like, so off the market price. So that's like what you can expect interest rates to go up by. Like it'll go up by like about $15 or so. Which is crazy when you're talking like credit and things like that. Like, because credit institutions already go crazy in like the fucking 18%, 22%. So to add more, 3 to 5% more on top of that, 4% on top of that is insane. But you know, that's what happens when you go to these banks, because it goes like this. U.S. Mint, put it like this. Federal Reserve gives the call to the U.S. Mint. Says, hey, we need X amount printed. U.S. Mint prints and sends it to the Federal Reserve banks. So they have banks. There's about 12, I think 9 to 12 Federal Reserve banks. New York, Chicago, Atlanta, these in these states, in the main big cities. So from the mint, it goes to these Federal Reserve banks, which then issues it to the banks that we know as Bank of America, Chase, things like that, right? So they're not really banks. I meant to spoiler alert. Chase Bank, Wells Fargo, the banks you can walk into, those are not banks. Those are technically, under the structure, they are actually transfer agents. And what a transfer agent is simply a person who transfers, right, from one account to the other. So it's not an accountant, it's just a transfer agent. So it's not like the boss, but it's like the secretary of that boss. So you still got to go through that secretary to talk to the boss or that receptionist. So it's similar to that. You know what I mean? Like, but if we want to think about it, it's a benefit to understand that after they print these, that's when the interest starts to go up. It's not when we get it. When we get it, that's already coupled into maybe like triple digit interest. I mean, like from the hands that it was printed from. So we see it at like when it's like 5% from its actual value that the banks got it at. Because when the banks get it, it's like on a loan. These notes are like on a loan. So they print 1 million or whatever. They got to send it to the bank at the Federal Reserve banks at 3%, right? So they sell it to them at 3% interest. And then the Federal Reserve Bank sells it to the transfer agents, as we know as the Chase banks and all them, so that they can have cash in the ATM and on hand, so that when you go cash your check, there's always cash there. That's already interest, double interest. So they usually are already, the banks have to get it from the Federal Reserve at usually around 6 to 7%. Now you understand the interest rates that I'm talking about. When the Federal Reserve has its interest rates, when it says it's going up such and such basis points or such and such points, it's the cost of how much the dollar is going to cost them, not the goods and services. That'll just be that comes simultaneously, Chad. You got to understand how the monetary system is set up. It's this first. First of all, it's bonds first. Bonds first. Bonds is what fucking runs what keeps this government able to keep printing these. The more bonds are purchased, the more that they're able to print these. So you understand bonds, you understand, okay, that's where you really want to put your money at. You don't want to stack these up. Stacking these up is pointless. Putting it into an asset is where it starts to be worth something. Now you got to watch it because you got stock markets that can do bad some days. But if you're trusting stocks like, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, SPY took a dip recently, but because of the war and stuff like that, certain things you gotta bypass the market and all that fundamental stuff and just kind of watch the headlines and the news, and that's kind of what moves the market in times like this. It's not so much your analysis that's gonna be profitable. Sometimes it's just hearing what the red hair guy got to say, the orange hair guy got to say. Like, so, and that sometimes would move the price of commodities and exchanges and things like that. So the dollar would never be back to where it was in in the early 1920s when it first was meant to. It'll never. And even back then, like I said, the silver certificates were being printed before these Federal Reserve notes started to get printed. So there was still value at a point up until they stopped fucking Richard Nixon. Like, I mean, some presidents have done some dick shit, but once again, you can't blame them. I'm not mad at Nixon or FDR. Because what Nixon did to silver is the same shit FDR did to gold. Like you gotta understand where they're going with this and why the big the people in charge, you would say, the elites, quote unquote, they call them, like, make that decision to suppress the price of silver, or take silver off, go off the going off the gold standard. So now the dollar is not pegged to neither gold or silver. Shit, when they had the gold standard in, it was like, all right, cool, at least you got silver. And then silver started to be the hedge against, for the regular consumer. And then silver gets debased, and now they're not backing the dollar by, or trading dollars for silver anymore. So it's just crazy to learn how these markets move. That's all I'm telling you. Like, it's a crazy, crazy thing. Like, I feel like I've been out of the loop in finance for like years, and I'm just like getting a real good lesson. It's worth it though. Polishes your knowledge to things, like become more aware of the things that you're purchasing, and start to purchase things of value. Like a wise man told me, buy shiny things, man. Like when you get this, buy shiny things, man. Buy things of value. Buy things that go up in value, like shiny things, like coins and silver, and that's the shiny things we mean, not just anything shiny. We mean the precious metals shiny. Just buy precious metals, man. Like, can't go wrong. I'm now on the hunt for. I'm on the hunt for a $10, a $20, and a $50 gold back. A $10, $25. I'm sorry, $10, $25, and a $50. I know I ain't gonna be able to get the 100 right now. That 100 is crazy expensive. But outside of my little budget right now for that. But would be great to have one of those those $100 those 100 gold back. It's not a. You can't call it dollars because it's not a dollar. It's not $1. You gotta when you speak about these now, you can't say $1. Collection of half grams of Yukon, Canada region, and we sell blue fire. Oh, they're not like they're not minted stuff, right? So you talking about like nuggets? Raw nuts. Gotcha. Yeah, I was more interested in the assayed ones, but nuggets are fine too. I just have an overload amount in nuggets that aren't slab, and I'm not too keen on keeping them raw like that for too long. Like I got a few I got this 0.556 one right here. I got another nah, Lou's not near me right now. I think he went to take it down. You gotta wake up in the morning. 0.6. That shit chunky as hell. Like, yeah, I got a few of these things. I don't really so much. I don't mind it, but after a while, I get more in the urge to get rid of my gold nuggets. Like, it's nothing personal against the nuggets either, but it's just like I rather, like, you know, prospector like half gram, like even little things like that where I know, okay, at least it's in a finished piece already, refined piece. Yeah, sure. Got 1/500 ounces here, like. Just not certain with gotta run a lot of things too. It's just not sure. Like I said, I'll be more inclined to selling gold grain, like 0.324 gold, which is also equivalent to a 5 grain of gold. 5 grains of gold. Another 0.539. Pushing. That's a little more than a half gram there. Cause then I get them in like, when I get them in slabs, it's like, all right, I got gold nuggets and slabs now. Like, I'm more inclined to doing that, which I might still do. I might send them off to ICG. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you. I might even just send them off to ICG and get them put in slabs. But once they go in slabs, now them things go for another $20 premium on top of that gold nugget. So that what would be 120 would now be like 140, damn near. But I'd rather hold it in that value. Okay, so about the same evaluation request as before. If it's the raw nugget, I can't do the 3 go backs in it with that, bro. All right, let me show. Maybe Yeah, absolutely, bro. Maybe my pricing is wrong, but I know for a fact that I've seen one of these PI 65. Before you go with it. It's on. Yeah, absolutely, bro. Absolutely. That one is a 1960. I mean, sheesh, nigga, like you said.
I mean, it is a baby. I ain't gonna lie. Like it's my only one, so I knew for a fact what I was purchasing. But of course, I got it when the price of silver was less. So I'm definitely willing
To make a deal in that sense. But from the price that I had gotten this, for the price of what it's worth now, man, that price had skyrocketed a lot. I'm not even gonna lie to you. like, but like I said, again, it's always negotiable. Some people, in that sense, it's always negotiable. Like, pristine like that, though, is crazy. The 69 is a long go for, this is 65. So it's not, I can give something more from that. Since they're going for right now, highest I'm seeing is like 60, is that a 60? Yeah, highest I'm seeing. We could definitely work a deal out, because I mean, definitely didn't pay that much for it when I got it, so. And like I said, I'd rather go to a better home or a good home than just, anybody looking to just, resell it or stuff like that, so. These babies right here, you talking MS70s on those. 2024. This is a 2024 P125 Australia half ounce. Let's go for like 70 fucking $5. Like, to be honest, I'll be holding like, oh my god, you got two stuff. Rest of the good. Oh, okay. Hell yeah, bro.
flex with it. Yeah, flex with it. I would have put it on a necklace
if it wasn't a slab. I'm working on getting a raw one so I can put it in a chain and just wear it. Both are decams. Nice, bro. Fucking nice, though. It don't get better than the decams. I'm telling you. No, I lied. It does get better than decam. Only thing better than decam, in my opinion, this is just my opinion. No one has to agree. Is reverse proofs. Anything reverse proof is always better than any COVID coins. Nope, I ain't got no COVID coins. No, not that I think so. I don't think I got any COVID coins there. Nope. Nope. You haven't seen a reverse proof? Are you insane? You're actually looking at one, bro. I'm not even lying to you. You're actually looking at one.
So the difference between
the proof and the reverse proof is pretty much inverted. So the image is more on the mirror-like, and the background is frosty, as opposed to the decam. The image is frosty, and the background, right, and the background is mirror-like. So I always say that anything like this with the frosted back and the, and the S just pop out. That shit pop out at you, like, see them in picture, never in person. Oh yeah, bro. Like those to me are probably top of the line to me. It don't get better than those, only because they make less of those than they do the regular decams, bro. Low key. They make less reverse proofs in anything than they do decams. So it's more limited to get reverse proof anything. Like, look at this shit. Reverse proof Morgendau. And this is from a two coin set. So the other one looks like the decam. So the other one is decam, frosted image, mirror like back, and then this one is mirror like image, frosted back. I just wanted this one. I didn't even care for the other one. I was like, yeah. Oh, she go for a pretty penny, baby. She go for at least 160. Probably get somewhere around 150 right now, but that's probably the lowest. You ain't gonna find it for less than that. Like, damn, that's close to a spot price. Oh, hey man, you know how this game go. You know how this game go, bro. It's the other reverse proof I got from the Perth Mint. Like, I'm telling you, I like my reverse proofs. I ain't gonna lie to you. I fucks with the reverse proofs. Like I literally have like a good amount, I'll say. Another reverse proof, Kookaburra. I just love it. I love something about the reverse proofs. What you got? What you got for slabs coins in the $12 range? Probably any of these that you see down here, like these presidentials, these world coins. There's some world coin ICG slabs. Like these presidential ones are pretty sick though. We got I think I got a George Washington one here. 2007 P. Washington. I think I got a James Madison too. Let me see. James Polk. Oh yeah, that's the one you said you got too. James Polk. I actually got two James Polks. John Quincy Adams. PR 69 decam. Some of them are different, higher grades than some. John Adams. So you got John Quincy, and then this is John Adams, the regular. The regular guy, the no Quincy guy. Oh yeah, that was the Washington. And then I got these ones here. This one is that one. Oh, that's John Tyler. Quincy Adams is the...
I figured it was in similarity or relation.
They wouldn't have the same last name for nothing, right? Just like the Bushes.
Yeah. Imagine those Bushes not being related to each other. Insane. What else? Got some proof sets too. And I got these state quarters over there. Those state quarters. These over here, like
What was the grade on the Washington?
PR 67.
67. I meant 67. I'm sorry. I meant 67 on that.
Yeah, look up the comps too, man. Look up the comps on them before you make an offer or anything like that. Because I'm not so much tracking on these. Of course, if one is making an offer, I'll definitely look into it just for that moment to see, just make sure that the cost is right. These are American Spirit Collection state quarters, like Virginia, Vermont, North Carolina, Rhode Island, and what's this last one? Mississippi. Nice. Over the other ones besides James Polk. We got Adams, Quincy Adams, John Tyler, uh, we got Zachary Taylor too. I got Zachary Taylor too. And Martin Van Buren. Got the Van Buren 2008 as PR 70 G-Cam. This ain't bad right here either. High grade. Highest. I don't have much 70s. I don't have much 70. I think this is the only 70 that I have. Yeah. And yeah, do that. Yeah, because I personally think that that's the only 70 that I have. Year and grading comes ICG 2008S. ICG. ICG. I'm seeing they can go up to $30. Of course, that's not the most recent price of some, so looking for the most recent price. So it's that 18. Seeing one for, that's the 2008 S, by the way, not this one. San Fran mint.
Do you know if it's the first day issue? No, it's not first day issue. At least it doesn't say no. It's not first day issue. But from the San Fran Mint, still is a good one. Yeah, that's fair. I can run with that. Yeah, we do that. Since you met me halfway there, I'll run it for $1 off. Good shit, Swan. It's good shit. I don't know how you're managing to do this with you and your current situation, but I commend you. I definitely commend you. I mean, anything, like I said, is at value, right? Anything you can get. I guess the fact that you were blessed to get so much gold, you know, yeah, at least you're not. The good thing is that you're not completely devalued out. I'm getting paid to keep Darius for one. Not the gold community for itself. I got it covered. Nice, nice, bro. Anything you can do is a little side hustle, man. Like to, but you're good at what you do, man. So that's the good thing. Like you're good at what you do, so that's a gift to to even be good at that. Like everybody's got a niche or something that they can do that they can pick up on faster than anything. Like and be good at it. Me, I encourage anybody to whatever keeps the boat floating, man. Whatever keeps you in the game. Sometimes you gotta switch it up. Sometimes you just gotta switch it up. All these proof sets here. All these proof sets, 76, 78. Then I got one 2005 back there. Right over there. 2005. Which is actually, I think that's a 10 coin set. Them things go for like 20, 25, I think, for them proof sets. For them, to that 2005. Getting 10 coins in mint state condition, haven't been touched by nobody's hands. I want to run some. Hey, bro, you ain't have to do that, man. Like, appreciate you, man. You know me, man. Always try to be for us first, man. Like before all this political nonsense, I'm always for us, the people, first, man. Like we gotta know, we've got to trust each other more. We've been railroaded by these institutions that we've lost trust in each other on certain things. You just think in barter exchange, they had to trust people. He was doing barter exchange, this many pounds for this many pounds. I had to trust you to pull up with this pounds and I wouldn't get off or I wouldn't get, I had to pull up with the tribe or something to make that transaction, sort of like a drug transaction. Make sure that you don't get, Back in the day, bud was used as trade. I believe it. It was used in trade, not as. It was used in trade. It definitely, most certainly, were trading cannabis products. You know, like definitely, 100%. That was a part that was still an herb. You know, it was still a part of the herbs and spices category. You know, and strange enough, it was used for a lot of medicinal uses. Yep, it was used for a lot of medicinal uses back then. So that's why I don't never care what anybody talks about with all that stuff. I just weren't educated enough. You know, that's why I love these types of rounds right here. That's exactly why I love these kinds of rounds because they actually respect cannabis. They don't devalue it. They don't talk bad about it. Bullion company's just gonna make whatever's nice. Look at that. That's a decam copper. This is valid. You want this one? You want this one too? This one or the other one before? Because I only have one of each. So you gotta make a decision. I had a whole bunch before, but then I had sold some off in games and things like that. So I only was able to keep less of a quantity. I was able to keep off of these. No problem, man. No sweat. No sweat. I'm still waiting on some more um, freaking copper to come in the mail. Some rounds that I have purchased, colorized ones. So I don't really have much colorized besides that the Libertad one that I have, but that's probably the only colorized that I got right now. And I got one bar, one copper, 1 ounce bar, and then I have a 10-ounce Germanium mint bar, and then I have a half-pound copper bar. That's the Germanium mint one there, and the half-pound. Hey, Swan, did you remember this? Were you in the show when I had gotten this? I said I was gonna make a chain out of it, use it as a pendant. I think he was in that stream. What was that? Motherload. Motherload. I think I got this from Motherload. Was it AU Alchemist or was it Motherload? It was one of them. It was one of them, bro. I think it was AU. I think it was AU Alchemist stream. Motherload doesn't go. Russ does copper too. Oh, okay. Got you. Yeah, so it probably was from Russ. I just knew that I was in them streams back to back because of your ass. I'm like, oh shit, I gotta fucking join this one too then. Like everybody got the fractionals and the nugs. That's when I was going crazy. I probably sold off a few good portions of those, but just kept the more higher, uh, bigger pieces for the collection. Oh, okay. Hmm.
I got the there's an active gold cougar in one of my friend's shows in the Givey. Who's that? Well, I don't have no luck on winning Givey's with that in, so I'll pop in, but I ain't got no luck in winning no gold Givey's besides like goldbacks. Yo, what's going on, Notorious? Swans just speaking highly of you, man. Swans was just speaking highly of you. That's all. I haven't been to one of your shows. I don't think. I think I've been to maybe one or so, but I don't think I've been to many of them. As a matter of fact, I think I'm gonna go ahead and bookmark some of them right now. Bookmark all the stuff you got tomorrow. Oh, he already had to follow. Don't get me wrong. Those Swans, don't get it fucked up. I be following all the gold and silver people I know on here, just in case. You know what I'm saying? Like, but he already had to follow. I was already following Notorious Gold Nuggets. Like, so it definitely had to been a previous stream that I was watching, or had got they got rated to that. I think I got rated to that channel or something like that. No, definitely. It's a good thing to know all the sellers on here that's doing. Some people I didn't even know was on here. Like you'd be so surprised to know how big of a world Whatnot already is. Like I haven't even known some people to even be gold and silver sellers on here until I just see a random stream pop up of them and then I check them out and you know follow them, make sure that bookmark their shows, things like that. Hey, Patriots Coin is actually on right now on streaming. That's funny. Patriots Coin is on right now streaming. I guess they're selling their like I told you, everything coming from Patriots Coin. You're gonna see those green niggas everywhere. That's them right there. That's them. That's the big dogs, the most affordable local guys that you can get. Hey, no problem. Shroom action is not. Hey, look, whatever. I can't even. I've had some different shrooms. Like I really can't even say. Like it's an amazing. It's an amazing one right there. Shrooms is amazing. Hair like this doesn't just happen. There's air jets. Do it for the enlightenment. No, seriously. The problem is with me is I had to. I had to. Stop doing it so much because I would be up for too long. Like I'm like, damn, I can't fucking sleep. Like I don't like this. Like I'm like my body's so used to eventually getting some rest. I don't expect to go for like 17 hours and still be up. Like that scares me. Cause I know my crash is gonna be crazy. I'm gonna hold 24. Yeah, see, that's when I start to be like, yeah, the dosages. I think I like took a little too much there, buddy. Like I'm just thinking, hey, I don't mind the taste of it. It's not bad taste. I'll kill a whole eighth in a couple seconds. Not understanding that what I just did. You know what I mean? Like, so, you know, yeah, and you only find out afterwards. Like, tastes good. Tastes like regular mushrooms. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't really taste the difference. Yeah, yeah. I would like it one day sleep for a day without. Yo, I'm trying to tell you, it lasts longer than the normal what we're used to, which I think has been suppressed too because there was a time. There was a time where you can get some real good original cannabis and it would last. The effects of it would last for a longer period of time, and that's because the medical industry was already practicing with it. They weren't using it in its purest form, but they were already processing, making medication, including that CBD or whatever it is, whatever they. So it's always been you know, a thing, but now it's like some of the purity in this cannabis is not even where it's at. It's like I don't even know, like if if it's original, if it's pure. Smokes, it definitely burns like a regular cannabis would, but that's the illusion for you. That could also be an illusion. We live in a world full of illusions. So what appears to be is usually 9 times out of 10 some sort of deceit with it. Right, right. Like, see, but even with that too, though, gotta watch the people that we're getting them from because even with these dispensaries, I don't trust most of these dispensaries, bro. I'll be honest with you. I don't trust most of the dispensaries because I understand that this is a capitalization off of the habit of the working class. They do the same thing with liquor stores. That's why liquor stores was everything. And now you think about it, all these dispensary stores popping up left and right like liquor stores. They're popping up left and right like liquor stores are. Like so obviously what they're getting, same thing like how they found alcohol to be fake alcohol or certain tequilas to not be actual real tequila or they found certain vodkas to not be the real vodka, some cheaper versions, some shit that's not even made with any purity or with less purity than the real deal. All this stuff that they undercut, they cut under things that these ingredients and stuff that they cut to make these yeah, bro. Like it sucks. Like it's the same thing they did with they figured out how to do with cannabis to the point where they don't have to really even watch it anymore. Like they just implement that one little change in the structure of how it's grown. Some usually they genetically modify the seed, and then they can get what their results are that they're looking for after that. If it's going to be higher levels of THC and less levels of CBD. Like they can alter all that through science. They can alter all these seeds. Yeah, I wouldn't. I don't drink, so I wouldn't know. I do not drink, so I would not know. It's even better because you're not. I always say the people who are doing both. More power to you. More power to your lungs and your liver. LL. You gotta give you a double L for your lungs and the liver. We already taking a hit on either side. Taking a hit from either side.
Yeah, that. No, thank you. I'll pass on that any day. You hear me? I don't care if it's your birthday. You pop any of that stuff out, turning heads, man. I don't see nothing. I don't know what y'all talking about. There's some things you just when you just know, and you're just not gonna go do anything stupid. Like, I'm not a heavy drinker, so I'm not gonna go seeking to find which ones are fake and which ones are real. If certain people who do drink is saying this though, oh, that's enough for me to know. As a non-drinker, that's pretty much enough for me to know. Like, I don't have to be in there experimenting and testing it out and seeing, see what these people say. Nope, I'm good. I'm good. I'll let you guys be the experimental testers. What they would say, the alcoholic guinea pigs. Yeah, guinea pigs. You got the alcoholic guinea pigs, the opioid guinea pigs, and then you got the cannabis guinea pigs. And then, of course, the other psychedelics like LSD and shrooms and all that good stuff. What's the other one? What's the other one? Was it PCP? No, that's not PCP. I don't know. I don't know what the other one was. Some other crazy. They made a whole movie about that shit too, I think. Never drink Everclear. I use Everclear. It's like a goddamn surface cleaner, goddamn near like for antibacterial fucking surface cleaner out this motherfucker. Like, drinking, shit. You couldn't even pay me enough. I'm sorry. One that I'm already not a drinker, and then you offer me Everclear as probably one of my only heavy shots of that. Like, I don't. I wouldn't like it. I feel like my body would go through a whole altering stage after taking that. Grey Goose, Absolute ain't bad too. Oh no, the gold fell. Gotta fix the gold. I gotta fix the gold. Oh no, everything gonna fall now. It's timber time. Timber. Who's using stands? Okay. I just sound like American Dad. Sound like some shit you hear on American Dad. I wish somebody would come in here and make a heavy purchase. I ain't even gonna lie. I ain't even gonna lie to you. I wish somebody came in and just bought some gold, debating whether or not it takes one shake or smooth one shake. Hey, you know, either or, I feel like you would be increasing your intoxication level as you should, because if it didn't increase, then you just had pure bullshit. And it only worked one time. Like, you had pure bullshit and it only worked one time, and it probably won't work again, which I know that's not the case. So, like, for me, I do have some, I'm gonna get back into, I was doing a lot of edibles too, man, like, making edibles left and right. I'm talking about edible gummies, edible, cakes, cookies, brownies. You know, I'm vegan, so I intertwine my vegan bacon with the same infused cooking style. Oh man, it's crazy. Like, I don't have everything posted up. Um, I don't have everything posted up online because I still have some recipes that I'm perfecting. But if you check out my Instagram, that's my Instagram. You check out my Instagram, you see a lot of the cooking stuff that, some dishes. Any of those stuff that I have up there, I can do infused versions of. I just don't post it. Okay. Okay. Yeah, nah. I think that it's decent. I'm not gonna lie, it's decent. For the size and the what it's worth currently. So yeah, I could definitely do a deal with you there. I might take the you said you had an Alaskan and a Yukon. Oh, okay. Yeah, bro. I'm gonna be looking to. I was hoping to get a better show going today. Things don't happen always as planned, but okay, got you. They're both Yukon. Okay. Maybe I should post a listing. Post a buy now listing and just have that posted up there. You also have a nice premium Cali 22 It's pretty good looking. Oh, okay. Yeah, for some reason, I'm not gonna lie to you, man. Like, the bigger nuggets, the bigger, chunkier nuggets fascinate me the most. But I'm not. You've seen how much I was stacking up on the smaller ones, the .2s, even the .1s. Like I don't. I'm not discriminating any. You know, any gold. You see, I got quarter grain in here. That's 0.03. Oh, and I'm sorry, 0.0123. And then you got the grains, the half grains of gold that go for it's like 0.00. something. I think it's 0.0. I think it's 3242. I'm not sure. You also have a nice flat premium Cali mix. Oh, okay. 0.34. Okay. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Like majority of the stuff that um the nuggets that I have, I think are now. I think a lot of them are Yukons, and you got gems. Nice. I'm gonna get back into my gems eventually. I'm not on a hoarder or anything right now for them, but it's only because I have some other things previous that I was structured to get into the inventory, acquiring the inventory before purchasing elsewhere and getting new value elsewhere. But I'm never shy to gems as another lane to hop into. I just want more. I'm looking for emeralds. I'm looking for sapphires. I'm specific in the beginning. I'm more open to anything like opals and even pyrite. If it looks great, I'll even get pyrite. If it looks good. But as far as like the more prestigious ones, opal and citrine, um, aquamarine. Yeah, those are kind of the ones I'm more so focused on right now. And it has a lot to do with the color, yes. Um, so that's why opals in that category. Opals to me is like the multicolor of gems, you have some that like emerald that are specifically and it only happens through a certain procedure. Like you'd be amazed to know like to have a sapphire it has a certain chemical or a certain elemental process that it goes through for sapphire, and they're similar with ruby, gold, and ruby, emerald, and platinum and sapphire. It's just they go through different names of those. They use different elements. I know emerald does the same procedure, but it uses a different element to give it that. I think sapphire is with graphene. I think ruby is with. I'm not too certain. And emerald is a different one as well. But I know one for sure. Okay. Yeah, I like that because the one that I have here, like that ruby right there, is only like what's that? Like a $30 gemstone right there. Like that one right there. Like that's the Madagascar. No problem, bro. Madagascarian. You value it at that. That is what you value it at. And I do believe in value that you believe it is as much as opposed to what it's actually. Because things like that are collector's value. What the collector's willing to pay for it. You can measure it by the carats, but then you gotta remember, some people can even knock off. They don't have to legally tell you it's 14 karat. It can be 12 and a half. It can be 13.2 carats. Like it doesn't have to be 14 karat. Like, so that's why, when some people go through that process, usually with the faceted ones, like the one that you have is a faceted. It's the difference between the natural raw ones and the faceted one.
That's the guy from what you said about 50. Well, like I said, it's not a fake ruby at all. But when you go through the heating process, the heating treatment process of it, where they polish it, and get it from looking like that, it comes looking like that first, right? It comes looking like that, then they go through a heating procedure, like heating treatment. Start shaving it, get it to fit like, a gemstone should, like in a ring or earring, whatever. And that's what would devalue the price from natural. Just a little bit. It's still real, but it would devalue it just a little bit because of the process it had to go through. Like, it's different. It's much different than gold or silver in that sense. Like, as the market price goes up on that, those pieces go up in value. But the gems, it doesn't really have a market for gems, unfortunately. Like, there's not a market. I feel like sucks. I feel like there should be a gems market just for, non precious metals, like just gems, and put all the list of gems up there. We know which one is fucking expensive to get. We know diamond, sapphire, ruby, emerald. We know all these is top of the line of, shit to get. Shit, even some natural obsidian would go for a good price. Like, some of these shits aren't, like bad prices, if they were repriced correctly. Like, I think that's just the jewelry market. I think that's like the jewelry community that kind of gave faceted jewels their value. Okay. Holla at me, brother. Later. Hey, bro, I appreciate you support, man. Always.
Should I join you? It's crazy, right? Hey, let me call you back. I got to stand in the line.
Later, brother.
This is Buick now. Buick, exceptional by design. It's all about you during the Buick SUV sales event. Get 0.9% APR and up to $2,000 allowance on Encore GX.
Feel free to make an offer on anything you see, Chad. We got gold, we got silver here. And we got some copper for all your copper needs. Literally selling anything. The spot that I'm doing for copper is like it's gonna come to you in like either screws, like copper screws, yes, like how they use in industrially. Or they'll come in pennies. That's the lowest way to get them or acquire some copper. Anything else, you're paying a premium.
We all do it. You see a line, have no idea what it's for, but you put.
And I we had that talk earlier about how the monetary system works. I guess you guys have a better insight on how it's supposed to be done.
Right, it's like, should I join it? It's crazy.
Hey, let me call you back. I got to stand in line.
Even crazy. So folks stick with insurance that keeps them waiting around to find a claim. Well, God knows it's available, day or night. I mean, I don't know about that, if anything. Excuse me, what are you waiting for? No one knows. Okay.
Mm.
I'm alright, actually. Seriously.
It feels good to step out of line. It feels good to go.
I haven't had a Thomas's breakfast. You say that together.
Thanks, Tom. Hey, are English muffins from England?
Heavens no. From the country.
Are you from England?
Nay, I am also from the country.
No, I'm also from the country. Thomas was like, no, I'm also from the country. He said, what's this nonsense about English muffins?
You got me getting a beastie. Be the softest flower petals on those bars. Feel what Eve can do.
Big moves, even bigger protection. Huggies Little Movers with new Huggies 360.
What are we interested in seeing, Chef? What are we interested in seeing? This stream wasn't profitable at all. Hopefully I don't be thinking that I make a lot of money doing these streams. I try to put it up in a way where it makes sense, where you guys aren't bidding hundreds of fucking dollars and leaving with just silver dimes or silver grams or Kennedy half the like it's gotta make sense. That's the only thing I strive to do here. To make it make sense. But like make it into a game that I would want to play. You know, when you just start getting into a reselling thing, you start to understand A lot of the stuff is in your hands as a seller, what you can afford to lose. Like, so if I want to run it in a game because people don't want to buy it outright for the price that is currently going for on this channel, then I can't feel bad for somebody taking a chance to win any of those hits. Of course, I'm more inclined to juicing it up because I feel like what you got wasn't worth what you spent. So I'm more inclined to meet you like half of the way there and throw some juice ups into your package just for you, purchasing that Refinery Royale, pack, envelope out the bin, whichever number. If it doesn't hit anything big, I'll probably be more inclined to juicing that package up with some gold and silver. Notice I said gold and silver, not just one. Like if it doesn't hit, if you go into the bin and you buy a number whatever and it hits something down here, then by right, I juice that up. You never know. You get gold and silver. You never know what's the weight though. I just get random on it. It's never specific. There's some packs where I add a 10 gram in there. Depending on how much you spend, the amount that you get to juice up with is more. So, depending on what you spend $75 some dollars and don't hit nothing, or you spend 120 and don't hit nothing. Yeah, I'll throw in a 10 gram. I'll probably throw in a 10 gram of silver in there for you, like level out the price or somewhere close. So I know for a fact that on that second tier of those stands, a lot of the coins start to drop in value. Still have some, but they're not all like the black ruthenium steel wheat penny. I believe that's one of like 30,000 or some shit like that. Then you got this brilliant uncirculated Ghani dollar here to the far right. You got that Ghana. It's a Ghana dollar. I'm not sure what it is. Ghana dollar or what they called it back then, like CD. Yeah, Ghana CD. I tell you, I be wanting to stay on here for hours, but I can't. I don't be having the energy to stay up for hours like I do all the time. Usually be running streams for like till like the next day. It's just hard when it's just when you start off as a one-man stream. Like I said, I got Lou here sometimes. Straw Hat Shiesty, I got him here sometimes with me. But till we get to the level where this thing pays for itself, we pretty much still gotta be like the working class individual, trading time for dollars, something that's going down in value. Imagine you trading your hard-earned precious time for something that devalues every quarter. Every 3-4 months it devalues some more, but that 40 hours 9 to 5 job doesn't pay out more for some strange reason. You know, they're trying to marginalize the debt ceiling just like they're trying to marginalize the fucking silver market. So it wouldn't be surprising to know that, you know. It's like you start to know better and you just start to do better. Like they say, when you know better, you just do better. You won't be extremely improved overnight, but a step towards effort is a big step nonetheless. Like I told you guys earlier, I'm in the mode where I'm looking to flip this whole access to vault thing into a refinery lab. Like, we're going to be refining our own gold and silver real soon. You're going to be able to get our limited pieces. We're going to be doing it ourselves. And this is something for the family too, man. Like, this is something for the family to learn about. You could be doing trips to. Here's a family trip for you. Take your family on a camping trip. But make sure the key is to make sure that you're near grounds that allow recreational panning. And you can Google this. You can Google this. See which state is closest to you. If not in your state, that you can do some recreational panning. It's just like how we used to stack up on a jar of pennies, and we used to get our little penny hunt going. But now it's more valuable because every little piece of gold you get, you put it in a jar the same way. You put them little gold nuggets in the jar the same way. You know, when you get to a decent amount, you start melting them down. Start making your own refinery pieces. That's what we're gonna be doing. I promise you, that's what we're gonna be doing. When I get the gold nuggets, I'm not gonna be melting them all down and to try to get a bar. You know, you're gonna stack up the grainage. It's similar to how you're getting your copper. You stack your copper, you sell some copper to buy some silver. You stack your silver and you sell some silver to buy some gold. You know, so the same way with refineries. Now you're doing it from step one. So now you're getting it from the ground. The more you get from the ground, you're not paying for it. You know, if it's recreational, you're not paying for the spot price of what you're getting out the ground. And then you just stack, you sluice that, you wash, rinse them all, you go, give it a nice little bath and make sure you sluice it. Drop them things into a nice little jar, like one of those old, or get like a glass jar, like some like a vase type of like glass jar. And just drop the grainage in there. Just drop the little nuggets in there until you see that thing start stacking up halfway, quarter of the way, halfway. And then you know, try to stack up a few of them. It depends on how often you can get grain. Those little grains and little nuggets of gold, little flakes of gold. It depends on how often you can find some. However often you can find some, just add them to your little collection. I'm telling you, you're gonna get over time, you just don't pay attention to it. Just keep doing it. Like the more you try to set a goal, the more the less the less of a pleasing expectation you get out of it. The less you pay the less you pay mind to it, and just do it as like as a hobby, as a recreational hobby. You know how some people just go to the beach, or some people like to go out and uh, shop or whatever. You and your family's thing would be, we're gonna go sluicing for gold. We're gonna go panning for gold. Like, you know, some people some people are located in states that, I'm located on the East Coast. In Jersey. Like, closest place to me is probably Pennsylvania that I can do recreational panning at. They don't allow recreational panning in New Jersey. So certain states you might be able to find certain spots or certain parks that might allow it. Take advantage, man. Like, I haven't been lucky enough to have one in my state. Live in a state where recreational panning is allowed. There is no reason why you should be struggling of any sort. You know what I mean? Like, because every day should be a profitable day, even if it's a 1/8 grain of gold. Like, even if it's just one little tiny, teeny gold nugget. 1/8, 1/8 of a grain of gold still goes for what, $7, like $6, $7. You know what I mean? Like, so even just in a day, you can still make a day's worth profitable. Like, of some sort. And you got legal prospecting patents that you can get in Nevada. Where you can. That's where prospector gold and gems. Where they, you know, where they station out there and got a plot. They got a plot that they got patented to their company, and they are the only ones that can mine on that plot, that portion of acreage, whatever they purchase, whatever they got. They're the only ones. I mean to tell you, they're literally the only ones that can mine out of that. When you get a patent on that area, or that specific area, only you can mine that. No one else can just go in on your little portion, even if there's a big nugget that's right next to your plot of land. You can't get it if it's on that plot of land. On that portion, you have to stay within your acreage point. Your perimeters. So, with that knowledge, do with that what you wish. Some people are selling their mines. They're selling their patents. Now, be careful, because they probably milk some of these things dry. When you get it now, you might not be able to find as much as they were able to find in the beginning when they first got it. So always be mindful for those grandfathered patents, I call them. Now, they just sell it to you. You say you're paying less of a premium to get the rights to that portion of plot of land to do your mining and stuff like that. But it's not going to be as profitable as the people who owned it before you. Sort of like a car with a lien on it. Like, you're just holding on to something that's depreciating. So always try to get it directly from the Bureau of Land Management. They will be responsible for issuing patents, or for prospecting patents. Be mindful, them things are not cheap. Them things are not cheap. Them plots of them little portions of land, especially if they really have been unsearched or not haven't been purchased yet. Those are the ones that you want to try to get. You might have a heavy chance of landing something big there. I remember when these stars explode and these asteroids land here, and these different meteorites, whatever that lands here. Any MS-60 sub of anything, specifically looking for the MS-60 grade. Well, unfortunately, in this channel, I don't really keep much of anything less than the 62 range MS. I really don't really have anything less than like 62. I'm interested to know why you look specifically for 60s though. Is it the bottom of the premium? Like you rather to get something that's at the bottom of the premium so that it can hold intrinsic value over time? That's usually why people would go. That's like you getting it's like people that get jewels and stuff like that. They'll say like if you get a 0.9 carat diamond, it's affordably cheaper than a 1 carat diamond by a good $300 something, depending on where you're buying it from. So I could see why you would want not so much of a premium grade on anything, but still somewhat, right there in the middle, like.
Utopia Q has come home to this Disney Plus. Let's go! Now you can watch the record-breaking phenomenon at home. Shall we? Utopia Q is now streaming on Disney Plus. Take advantage of this special limited-time offer on Disney Plus and Hulu today.
This is Buick now.
You got me dead, you beastie.
In our family, there's only one person in charge. She usually tells us, don't go out with your hair wet.
We may never know where silver's at. As long as paper trading is still in, we may never know. My honest take is silver should be no less than $200. And that's with proper proper pricing and actual value being appreciated. You can't keep using up something of the world that the Most High has provided us. You can't keep using up something in such a large quantity for disposal. It's literally for disposal uses at this point, right? You need it for your military uses, right? You need silver for your weaponry and your heat-seeking missiles and all this other jumbo crap that you use up the elements. We allow these governments to use up the elements of the earth for just evil. Like, how long are we gonna allow that to happen? And then you sit here and you tell us, oh well, the amount of silver is depleting. We don't have enough silver to keep making these new tech that we need. No one said we needed this. We the people don't need it. The government wants it, and they want the people to back it. That's all. They don't have any money to get it, but once we back it, they now have the credit to get whatever they want. And when you use other people's money, you usually don't have any insight or any care as to how you use it. So you quote unquote taxpayers, you're allowing them to just utilize your funds to do whatever they want to do, not whatever we want it to do. We want silver at 200 so that we can stack and have enough value for generational wealth. They want it for, dare I say, controversy. Like they find it more of a fit to use the elements of the earth for more controversy than for good. So you got to ask yourself now, who are these people? And do they really, really have our best interests in mind? This is the type of questions you got to ask before you stand in the line and at the ballots. That's the question you got to really ask yourself deep down inside. Who are these people and do they have our best interests? Like, because 9 times out of 10, when you dig down, deep down inside, and you find all the facts to the entire structure, you start to understand, like, it's a facade. It's a facade backed by a very, very, very great intention to never perform on, if that makes sense. And we perceive this, we the people, we perceive these people as leaders.
We give them that title. Leaders. That's a hell of a title to give somebody who doesn't have your best interests. What are they leading us to? Can we ask ourselves that before we just give these titles to these people? What are they going to lead us to as we the people? What are these people that we put in place to keep things mediated? What do we expect that they're going to do for us? Because it's not much at stake for us. We're kind of like at the shitty end of the stick. Like we're not going to get much of a benefit of what we think. They can raise expectations all they want and just keep rolling over those expectations. That's all. They're just gonna keep rolling over those expectations. Just keep rolling them over. And you get a new set of term. You get a new term with a new regime, and they just keep rolling it over. Keep rolling over that impression that they're gonna actually do something. And it's gonna keep rolling it over into a new regime. Hey, that last regime was trash. Vote for this one. They're gonna do better. And you vote for that one, and they don't do anything better. And it's just the same repeated effect. Like I don't understand if you guys get it nowadays. Like, the feeling is getting worn out now to be looking to a government to tell us, the people, what to do. We the people, we have a brain too. Each and every one of us was born with a brain. And that brain is specialized to function in a particular realm that benefits the world, not a government. Your God-given skill is to benefit the world. It's not to benefit a government. So when you relinquish all of that skill to accept some low proportionate, devalued commodity that really isn't even considered a commodity, and it's definitely not an asset. So we traded all that out to get nothing. We traded that shit out for pearls or rocks, as they would say. We traded out gold for rocks. And it worked. Everything they wanted worked after that point. Everything that they wanted after 1922. Everything that they were working on before that. After 1922, it took off like a fucking light. And they never looked back on it. They never looked back on it. They don't feel bad at what they've done to us. Like, they don't feel bad that they've robbed us blind of our credit only to utilize it for evil. They don't care. So why should you give up your hard-earned time to stand in a line at a ballot to give your co-vote, like your co-assignment, your co-assignment? You're basically giving your co-assignment to these politicians. For what? These people would never send you a letter when you're even fucking sick, much less insurance or covering that shit without you having to sacrifice something. Like, even when you're sick, you still got to sacrifice something to get better. They're not going to just come to your aid. They're not just coming to people's aid. So how many homeless people do you know in your city that could well be benefited with taxpayers' money just as much as the military is, just as much as any government backed institution that we give credit to can be? Why aren't the homeless people situated better. There should be better housing for people less fortunate. If the rules can be switched, or if the rules can be played by a particular percentage of people, then why not the rest of the percentage of people can play the same game? Everybody's playing the game of government benefits, right? Like, even the rich people play the game of government benefits. They borrow till they die. Like, people, I don't think people understand that. Like, rich people, they borrow till they die because what? They put all their money in assets. All the cash goes into assets to create cash flow. The cash flow then gets parked into investment assets, real estate, stocks, commodities like that is what they park all that cash flow into that just keeps making more money. Then they borrow against that. They go to the banks and they borrow against their shares in whatever company. They borrow against how much they have in stock. They borrow against their asset value as a collateral, knowing that they're going to use that loan from the bank at maybe what, 80% of their collateral, 90% on some places they'll use 90% of their collateral from whatever they're using as collateral, be it your cash value of your life insurance policy or whatever it is that you have value on that you can use as a collateral to get a loan from a bank of up to 80%, 90% some places, credit unions. So they take that 80-90% of, say, $1 million, right? Now you got you another $800,000-$900,000 in a loan. Guess where they take that money and park it? Into another asset. And that keeps making more money. It's a borrow until you die thing. So now when they now take that asset to another bank, that the new asset that they parked their $800,000-$900,000 from the last loan, they go to another bank with that collateral worth and get another 80 to 90% off of that. So while they're paying back that other 80%, 90% loan through the cash flow of the assets, they're not touching and working nothing. They're not doing labor like how we're doing labor. They're using the strategy that the rich people will always profit from. Park your money into assets that are valuable: stocks, real estate, bonds. Borrow against that from the banks. The banks give you a loan for up to 80 to 90%. You borrow against that. Then you use that money and you do the same thing. You don't take that loan and go ball out and get you a Mercedes Benz. No. You do that strategy a good 5-6 times to where you have cash flow coming crazy. And then you start to pay loans off, right? Slowly but surely. Use the cash flow to do other things. That's how the rich people live. They live within their means, but outside of their budget. I don't know if that makes any fucking sense to a non-investor, but to an investor that makes so much sense. They live within their means, but outside of their budget. They'll make heavy expenses on an asset because they know that asset is going to perform and it's going to give profit of some sort of revenue. So it's a risk for all guarantee. Like it's not a risk for no guarantee. It's a risk for all guarantee. So they risk it all. They'll take the entire loan and plot it into another stock or put it into the same, hedge into another investment that they already had, real estate, or buy some more properties or something that wouldn't require too much of what they already have, and they don't have to do too much legwork to maintain it. Sometimes people just they don't invest in real estate because of the problems that real estate comes with. You have to maintain property. You have to do all these sorts of things over time that you get overwhelmed with. You know what I mean? Like, so some people might just end up doing less work and buy a franchise of a restaurant or something like that with that money. You know, buy a few franchises, have that cash flowing for you. You know, just have a few businesses cash flowing instead of real estate. That's still an asset. A franchise business is still an asset. I forgot to say that. They buy up a whole bunch of franchise businesses and chains because that's going to perform in their asset portfolio every month. When it's time to get those dividends every month from those companies that they invested in, that's the money that they use to pay back those loans that they got. They're never going to relinquish their collateral. They're going to always keep the collateral, but they always put it up to get that loan because they know that that's valuable to the bank. Hence, you ever default, they get to get that property. That's what they're banking on, is for you to default on that loan. But you're smarter than that. Rich people are smarter than that. They know they're like, you're never going to get me in that bucket because I didn't take that $800,000 and just ball out with it. I put it into another asset portfolio that possibly gains shit even 2 to 3% a day. That's good. That's good interest. That's good compound interest. Over time, you don't even got to touch that, and that shit can grow a good $100-something thousand in a year if you just watch it. Put it put it in the right place. That's all. Like, and you just watch that shit make you money, and then after a year's time, you start, maybe diverting, taking some funds out, paying some loans off a little bit, putting some money back into the markets. You got to do what works so that you don't have to work. Do what works so that you don't have to work. Make the money work for you so that you don't have to work for the money. We're in tax season right now, right? Everybody's so excited to get their tax money back. Oh, everybody's a taxpayer. They love to get their tax money back. And they get their tax money and they blow it on whose favorite gift, whose favorite place to travel, whose whatever, right? All that stuff that just depletes the account. Whereas that's the time, tax season, I always say, is the time where you want to link up with some like-minded people who are trying to invest into something. That's the perfect time because everybody's going to take their little portion that they got and they're going to go and get this plot of land, or they're going to go get this business. Some people are going to, you might invest into a franchise together and just y'all be the management team, and the people who are working at these franchises work for you guys now. Like, you're not in charge of doing nothing. Everything is managed by the company. You're just in place as the management, as the people who run that particular franchise. That's something to invest in. It leaves you less work. It gives you some cash flow. You guys can make back your tax money back in even 2 years time with splitting it down splitting the monthly revenue down the line fairly. You guys can make back your tax money, little tax money back and some. So now you done made your tax money back in about a good 2 years or so. And then now everything else is just cash flow. You didn't sell the business. You guys are still in place. So that means you guys still make money as long as the business is still going. These are the things that you guys should be thinking about, as people out there like that get these lump sums of money and things like that, these lump sums of cash. And you think you waited an entire 12 years to get that. I'll say 8 because, around the tax season is, already 2 months into the new year, whatever. So you work about a good 8 months out the year just for this one time to get this little lump sum of money. Yes, vacation is much needed for much people who work endlessly and don't have time to do. So always treat yourself to something. but treat yourself to health more than pleasure, if that makes sense. If you're going to treat yourself to anything, treat yourself to health more than treating yourself to just pleasure of entertainment of any sort. At least when you put that money out into your health, you'll see it improve. You see it improve somewhere. Whereas putting it in someone else's pocket, going to this concert or going to this mall, you're putting it in someone else's pocket that they're not investing back into you. You're not an investor of those places that you go shop at. So I always say, if I'm going to shop anywhere, I shop in places that I have an investment at. Because I know I'm going to get monthly dividends every single time that I spend there. You got to be smart with this shit, folks. These corporations that you guys spend money on, they all have fucking stocks. Most of them have stocks that you can be potentially putting money into and getting dividends from while you're shopping there. So whatever money you spend there is going to go right back into, a portion of it is going to go right back into the stock. It's a win-win, is what I'm saying. It's a win-win to be a stockholder of any corporation that you shop at. You go to luxury stores and you shop at all these Gucci, Prada, whatever, all these places, but nobody owns a share of LVMH. Barely anybody owns shares of LVMH, which is the stock that holds all those luxury items. So whichever one is going up in value, whichever catalog is going up in value, LVMH will see an increase in stock value. So while you're spending there, you're reinvesting back into a market that you're already spending and shopping at. You're benefiting both ways. Stock shareholders of certain companies get benefits when they find out that you're a stock shareholder. Like, oh, you're a shareholder? Oh, we have like VIP benefits and things like that. Certain people, they unlock VIP benefits for you because you're now holding a share of the company. You're now important than just a consumer. You got to look into that. Wherever you spend your money at, look into getting your fair treatment, and look into getting your fair treatment from them, man. See if they got a stock, who's their stock shareholder, if they're a public company. Most privates don't release that information because it's private. You won't be able to get a share even if it's private. Anything that's on the stock market, a lot of companies that people shop at or have a stock. They have a stock. Your Dollar Trees, your fast food chains, your luxury brands, your essentials. What else? Shit, even some of your entertainments. Like, invest in your entertainment if you're gonna be spending time. You're gonna be giving so much time to these people. Time is valuable. Time is valuable. If you're gonna be spending time going to concerts, at least invest into Live Nation. At least invest into the people who actually run these goddamn shows so that you can be a shareholder and benefit somewhat. You buy a ticket, you get somewhat in a dividend, you get something back from just buying, you may never get a free concert ticket front row, but at least you get a dividend on what you spend for a concert ticket. That's just if you're interested. Anything that you're interested in, I'm telling you, you can invest into it and benefit from it way more on the investor side than being a consumer. Nike, you invest in Nike, they give you catalogs first as shareholders. They give you catalogs, uh, um, updates and stuff to their, private catalogs before they go public. Just in case you don't want to stand in a line. Hint, hint. For those people who love standing in lines for these sneakers.
Got to think on the investor side of things. Investors aren't standing in line, folks. Investors aren't standing in line. They create the line because they're ahead of it. They create the line. Investors create the line that you guys stand in because they're ahead of the line. Light years ahead of the line. I'm talking about they already in the door. You still trying to get in. What Chris Brown say? How you hating from outside the club? You can't even get in. That's how these investors, how these companies are treating the investors over their consumers. You can spend a boatload with the any corporation, luxury. You can buy $1 million of Gucci a year. You'll be a highly credited consumer, but you won't be a step over anybody, $1 million shareholder. You'll never be ahead of them, no matter how much millions you drop. They'll give you some little bit of discounts here and there. You get a little bit of discounts in that, of that sort, but you'll never be ahead of that investor line if you don't have shares. That's why most wide names, those big people that you see, the celebrities who go shopping at these places, don't think for a second that wherever these celebrities shop at, that they don't have an investment in that company. Don't think for a second. Their accountant would never let them shop anywhere that they're not benefiting from. That's just from a rich person's mindset. When these celebrities get accountants in place that know what the fuck they're doing, they would never let you spend on something that doesn't appreciate of some sort, or you get something of some sort back. So they always encourage you to invest something into the shares of that company if you're going to use it a lot. Like invest into the auto company that you get your car from. Invest into these things because you get more benefits as a shareholder than you do as a regular consumer. And that's why these celebrities are doing it, because the corporations basically pay them to market some of this shit. So not only are they getting a marketing endorsement, but they're still getting a shareholder dividend for the investment that they have in that company. It's a two-way pay. While you're spending, they're getting paid twice. They're getting paid twice while you're spending once. That's what celebrities do. That's why they say stop trying to keep up with the Joneses, because the Joneses are working through a different strategy to afford the things that they have. It's not through the regular consumer strategy. Finding deals, trying to get deals here, trying to get insider to the catalog from somebody who you know from the inside. These are tough things to know. If you don't know somebody in those higher places as a consumer, there's very low chance of you getting access to those private catalogs before they go public. So, you think about it on a long scale, I mean, it's a no-brainer. Anything that you pretty much spend money on, you often enough, frequently enough, you should have an investment in it. Hell, you like eating out at China Panda Express. Panda Express got a stock. You can be getting dividends off every meal that you purchase. You can get monthly dividends off. You might not eat off there a lot. Okay, cool. But if you eat there every day at lunchtime from work or something like that, and you run to your little Panda Express for some, hey, I would, and you're swiping your card there, like I would most certainly make sure that I'm getting something back off that, like, because no money going out that's not coming back is more money you have to work for, right? So why work harder? That's just working harder or working more, if that makes sense.
you want to put a cap on your labor. The more you spend these places and not get money back from them, you don't really have a cap on it. Like, you're gonna have to work for that money back now. You know, y'all like DoorDashing and Uber Eating, but nobody got a Uber stock. You know what I'm saying? Like, these are the people that are taking over when it comes to the new accessible things that we want to do. Everybody's got a stock. If you're not investing into it, why spend with that company? Why put your money into their pocket? Your hard-earned funds that you put labor into, 40 hours a week into, and you know you're not going to see that money back for another 2 weeks some places. Weekly, if if you're lucky enough, you got a weekly pay, cool. But some people we gotta wait bi-weekly. You gotta wait a whole another 2 weeks to see another portion of work, And then you gotta think, you stacking how long out the year from working? How much are you actually able to save and invest? Because you holding emergency funds that's devaluing over time, by the time you're ready to use those funds, what you were trying to use them for then went up in value because the value of the dollar is going down. So if we're futuristically looking at it, you would be working for less. It won't look like the pay. The pay will be the same on paper. And that's the manipulation for you, because you're working harder, but the paper stays the same. The paper stays the same. The paper numbers strangely stays the same, or it's being capped under a certain price, but your labor is still going out effortlessly, right? Like, you don't realize that over time. You don't realize that you work. Sometimes the job gets harder that you work, and you're not seeing more of an increase in the pay. The more you work, the more they take in taxes. So you doing overtime is kind of out the question, unless you definitely want body fatigue. Some people that have 2-3 jobs, you must want your body to cap out on you real early. In your 40s, you're gonna have to start dealing with back pains and knee pains and ankle pains and all type of arthritis growing in your muscle joints from excessive labor, and you don't even have much of an investment to show for it. 5 years turns into 10, 10 years turns into 15, 15 years turns into 20, 20 turns into 25. Some people who've kept a job that long, and all you get from the job, all you get from the job is what? Maybe a little fake plaque. Like, it ain't got no mineral content in it. It's just wood on cement or something like that. Wood on cement or some hard plastic glass looking plaque. It ain't real Swarovski crystal or nothing like that. It ain't never giving you nothing worth some value over time for the time that you gave them. It's always some half-ass gift for all the time that you've contributed to some of these companies. Half-ass gift. They don't give you a share in their company. They don't give you something like that, or for all that time that you worked up. Stuff like that is like shit that you want people to grow with you, right? People that have given you so much time of their life that they know that they're never getting back. No one's getting younger. No one's waking up every day and getting younger. Okay? So these people are very aware they're never getting this time back. And all these corporations can do is give you some half-assed thank you for all the body fatigue that you've acquired. Think about that. All the body fatigue that you've acquired from them, all they can give you is a thank you, a little measly thank you, and a little glass plaque or something like that.
or a little gift card. But why not a share in the company? If you value me that much, give me a share in the company on my way out. For all this time that I've given you, and this is the people, like I said, that worked for a company for over 20 years. For all the time that I've given you out of my life, make it right for me and my family, so that from this point on, they don't have to work 10 times as hard as I had to maintain for them. Right? So now you grow with the company. Your share never dies. As long as your family never sells the share, your share will always make a dividend or shares, depending on the value of the stock in the company. Something that's going to be worth it for your family in the long run for 20 years or more of work and labor. Some people never make it to that point. The body fatigue catches up too soon. Health gets bad real fast. Some of these people working hazardous jobs, electricians working on those high wire pipes and all those high voltage towers. That one wrong fidget, electrocuted, done. Like life risking jobs, like those skyscraper scaffolding construction workers, for the bare minimum that is a decent pay for them in their eyes. It's a decent pay. It's not. It's able to, but for the risk, that pay need to be way more. First and foremost, for the risk of these certain jobs. Your miners, people are going into these coal mines, into all these mines, and getting these ores so that we can have these little precious metals. Those are the people that need to be respected a whole lot more than, not saying doctors don't do much, or I'm not saying that certain people go have their profession and careers in certain lanes are not beneficial, but man, there's such a devaluing in some of the people that make this world go round. Like that keep this world going around. It's such a devaluing in it. People want to grow societies and bring more fortune and revenue to certain areas, but they devalue construction companies and the construction workers. Like, so they look for immigrants and people, who can take less pay to do the same kind of work and labor. If that isn't an unstable government, I don't know what it is. Because if you can't afford to pay the people properly for the risk of the job, then why even offer that type of a rule? You know? So many people that don't get the proper credit that they should, that make this world go round and keep this world going around. As I was saying, your miners and stuff, and people like that risk a lot of the risky jobs. Yeah, a firefighter and a police officer is cool and all. For whatever it's worth. I don't even think it properly serves its purpose in certain parts of the world. But, to each his own. And what I mean by that is just, if we all got all these firefighters and policemen, why is we still having blazing fires and freaking crime everywhere? Like, I just want to know if they're serving their purpose, fulfilling their purpose. We should be having less of everything. Less of the problems that come with not having them in place. We should be dealing with less of that, respectfully. Like, I don't think we're dealing with less wildfires. I don't think we're dealing with, for the amount of firefighters we have, like, it's not enough. Either that or they're just not implementing the skill strategy correctly or in a more efficient way. There should be freaking firefighter helicopters as much as they invest in these goddamn trucks. It should literally be helicopters specifically made for firefighters. And every fire station should have a helicopter pad on top of it. This is the type of shit taxpayer money should be going into. If you're talking about efficiency, responding in a more faster time frame. Wildfires break out and spread fast as shit. Nobody trying to finna roll up in no goddamn truck and be honking on motherfuckers on the road. Get a goddamn helicopter. Fly over that motherfucker and drop them tanks of water down. You want to be efficient. You want to be so efficient. You know, like, it's ways around all this shit. With taxpayer money, I'm just saying, if we're going to use it for all of that governmental, corporational shit, maybe we need to be on the line making some smart decisions for you guys, because obviously the committee in place don't know what the fuck to do. And they're making some of the stupidest decisions right before our faces and then calling it professional, executive decisions. That was the dumbest thing you could have ever did, but all right. Let's get more trucks. Okay, so then when we're trying to get further out in a faster amount of time and there's traffic on the road, you guys using these sirens and shit thinking that you're getting there faster. As far as police officers go, I don't think many police officer who doesn't know common both private and public law should be a police officer. Even though you're a public official, you still should be knowledgeable about the private side as well. That should come with a degree. I feel like to become a police officer, you should have a goddamn degree in college. Literally. And that's just basically because you're not taught to know the private laws. So whenever you obstruct somebody's private laws and you don't really know because you treat everybody like a regular civilian as you're taught to do, it doesn't benefit you wearing that uniform. I'll tell you that much. I can't really salute anybody that's a police officer because you took a mediocre role for the benefits of it. It's the benefits game. Everybody's taking the benefits game. Oh, I need full benefits, full medical benefits for my family and my kids. I can't afford that with a 9-to-5 job. So you go to do a governmental job, federal pay, because federal workers get benefits. But what are you relinquishing for those benefits? You're relinquishing not knowing what you should know as a family person. Even if you're a family person, there's things you should know about the law. Like both public and private. They only teach you public. When you go to college, they're teaching you public law. Like jurisdictional codes and statutes, but they're not teaching you that private law, that private that private status backed by the Constitution fully. They don't teach you that. That has to deal with trust law and all that stuff. That will go against everything that they're competing in when it comes to administrative jurisdiction. Common law jurisdiction outlaws all of that. So they would never teach that to you in school or, give you the upper hand to know that. But there's some people that study both, and it's for the knowledge. I feel like those are the best people in society because you know how to operate in both worlds at once. This is a parallel universe that we live in. So we're living in two worlds at once. While there's so much bad going on, there's so much good going on at the same time. But the bad outweighs the good. And that's why it just feels like this negative aura when it comes to whatever we think about when it comes to leveling up and being successfully stable for our family's sake. It becomes a strategy more than just naturally supposed to happen. Like, we're just naturally abundant. We're naturally already abundant. But because we relinquished all of that to the governments, we now are left with paper and wood as an exchange. Like, not it's two of the same things. I know, you get paper from trees and you get wood from trees, but we're not getting oxygen from these people. These people are sucking the life out of us. So the same tree that provides this paper that we use every day and this wood that we need for heat, burning heat, I mean, you gotta know, like, you just gotta know, like, they're not selling you the resources that you need. They're just selling you what they want to sell you. Or provide you, I should say. They're providing you whatever they feel like they should be providing you with. And that's not always okay. We can't always just accept that as that's okay. Like, because what they're doing with what we gave them is more than we can do with what they're giving us. Let me say that again. What they're doing with what we gave them is way more than we can do with what they're giving us in exchange. And that's a bad trade. That is not a fair trade. That is a terrible trade. Like, I'm going to give you something that appreciates in value for something that depreciates in value. What's the exchange in that? What is the value exchange in that? Nothing for something. That's what it is. That's the value exchange. It's nothing for something. Or it's something for nothing. However you want to look at the glass, half empty, half full. You're still on the side of nothing. We're getting nothing. That's what we're getting. We're giving up everything and we're getting nothing. You know what would be good to get? I'll tell you what would be good to get. Respect, honor, credibility. The shit that we can actually take with us in the future years, the generation, may not be super, super valuable to the non-monetary eye, of course. But I'd rather die about my respect than been over $1. That's devaluing. I'll feel more of a defending monarchy in a sense. Like, I'll feel like I'm defending more that way, and I'll fight harder. But you can't tell me I'm gonna give up all my energy to fight for something that's devaluing. It just doesn't make sense. Like, I salute all those military people who went rogue in this recent wartime. Because it's not a matter of being scared, right? Or being afraid. It's a matter of signing up for something that you were told in the beginning that this is what you were going to do. And then the rules change.
And because they're always subject to change in the military because of this sworn-in contract that you signed, you now have this obligation to perform on behalf of the government that chooses to do whatever the fuck they want to do evil. If they want to go blow up this mother, you people will be responsible for that. They're not going to do it themselves. Hell no, they don't want the blood on their hands themselves. They'll take the weapon. They'll take the blood on the weapons that did the damage. Though they'll hold those as prized ownership. They'll hold those as souvenirs. The weapons that you used for the bloodshed. They'll hold those as their souvenirs. The people that are commanding these stuff would never push the button and do it themselves, because they know there's a coalition for that. You get to be this macho person while not having to really even lift a finger. And you call all the shots that put all these families, these mothers and fathers' kids at risk. Because that's what you're doing. You're putting mothers, you're putting parents' kids at risk. Their lives at risk. Danny, price on the half ounce dragon. Going 70, 75 on that, Danny. If you're interested, let me know. Nah, 60's below the cost, bro. If it was raw, you had a better chance of you getting that raw for around that price. But I don't have any raws in that. But because it's graded, that's a proof 70, bro. It's 2024. And that's from the Perth Mint, chef. I don't know anything about Perth Mint, man. Like Australian knows about the Perth Mint. Can you be honest with you, Danny? I can't do nothing less than 73 on it, man. We talking about, you know, silver here, bro. Like, definitely can't do no less than 73 on it. And that's even a tough price, you know, like, I can't buy it back at that price, so. No problem, bro. No problem. I have half ounce rolls, but they're not Perth Mint, though. They are Sunshine Mint. Have a better chance of running that, you know, like that more likely being that it's raw, you know, like that's more like what you're looking for right there. That I probably could run for 60, no problem. It's raw, it's not in a slab, you know. It's the grading price, man. Like, it's that grading that kind of boosts that premium. You can't really go less than that because you got to pay to get these things graded, right? So that premium you paying that extra $25, you don't get that back. So that value has to be slapped somewhere. Like they're adding that value into the coin.
There's only one
So
person in charge. She usually tells us, "Don't go out with your hair wet."
you usually get it back after the value is implemented in there. So the $25 would be implemented in that slab, in that coin, so that new price now is spot times, another, maybe 3% or something like that, or 4%, depending on some places. Some people go up to even 15%. So premium. So depending on where you get it from. So I always try to make sure that I'm fair too, so that shit, everything you gotta pay for, you gotta make some kind of profit on it too. It's pointless to be paying for stuff at spot just to sell it back for less than spot, or paying more than spot for it just to sell it less than spot. Like, I'm all for everybody getting a piece of some sort of value, but only when it's at the cost. It's not at the expense of the seller. Like, it has to have some value being there from trading hands and having to wait on it to come in the package from one place just to send it to another place for cheaper. Like, it has to make sense. Like, because what's my time? It always makes it seem like, what's my time? What's the seller's time here for it? You know? Got any slab nickels? Strange enough, I don't have any nickels slab. No, I don't. The only one that I did have, that was ran a game. Somebody won that in a game. So no, yeah, I don't have any slab nickels. Nor do I have any slab dimes. Only thing I have slab is $half and pennies. Certain pennies that are slab. Like that the 1952, that purple slab on the right next to on the top corner. That purple slab is at least, I'll check the comps on that. It's just at least $30 for that penny. So certain pennies even have value in them once they're graded. How long we been on here? 5 hours? About 6 hours we've been on live? Appreciate anybody who's in here hanging out. Sometimes I feel like I'm talking to myself, but Whatnot says I have to be active in the chat somehow, or in the show somehow. I'm trying to get it set up to where I can have the where I can have the 2-camera setup thing. I need the OBS set up to where I can have the 2 cameras set up, so you can have the back camera and the front camera, so you guys can see me. But we're working on that. We got the sound right though, so that was step 1, was to get the sound right. So we're good. We got the sound right now. I'm pretty sure you guys hear this nice and crispy on your end. So I was dealing with the microphone from the device, and what I've come to notice was, over time, when you leave your device on the chargers, it kind of ruins the ability for the microphone and all the other things to function perfectly like the speaker and things like that. So from time to time they'll work crispy, and then sometimes you'll hear them all muffly and things like that. So I had to do away with that. I said, look, I got to get some more sound. We got the mic set up here. So the quality that you hear is not just like what they would say streaming mic. Like this is actual studio mic setup here. Like, so what you're hearing is like as if you were to do a podcast kind of setup. Which this is what this is. We're streaming. This is technically, I call this the new. This is the vault. Access the vault. It's the numismatic lounge here, man. Like, one of many numismatic lounges on Whatnot, where you can go hang out and learn about coins and give your interpretation on what you feel of certain things. And all your opinions and everything's valued here. Like everything's valued here. Like we all help each other when it comes to information. People that specialize in seeking information faster and acquiring and transmitting it better than others. And those are usually the people that we go to for information. I like to look at that in this channel as one of our key factors. If it's anybody that you want to look to get you some information on things and get you accurate information on things, that's us. Like we love to help other people, get their stack up of things of items that have value in them. Hell, there's things that my brother have acquired that I don't even have yet. So everybody's collection is gonna be different. Like that's the beauty of being able to stack is that it's the world is yours. Whatever you see value in. It's like a museum. Like the numismatic and bullion world is like a mini museum for people in the consumer world who are looking for things of value that can't just buy a whole bunch of houses and a whole bunch of businesses and things like that. They want to start small. So numismatics is the way to go, man. Like get your hands on something that's worth some real good value for a decent price and just watch it keep going up in value. As long as the metals markets keep going up and silver and gold keep going up to newer highs and higher lows, like higher highs and higher lows. Once it starts moving up like that, you can almost assure that whatever you purchase is going to go up in value. Look at the people that purchased silver when it was like $15, $25 and bought all those ounces and 90% silvers when it was that price. They're sitting on tables full, damn near boxes full of silver that the average person couldn't get right now because the price of it has went up. It didn't go down from where they put the price that they purchased it at. It went super up. So in that sense, now people are looking at it like, well, the people who've held it for the longest, those are the first people to profit from the the increase in the market. It's not going to be the new holders. They're going to have to hold now. The new investors are going to have to hold for a little bit, hold for a very long time. Look how long it took for silver to even get to, $80 from $25. Like so, you never know how long you might have to wait before you can flip your stack and make somewhere amount the same amount that these people who have stacked for over 40 years. you know some people who have stacked for over like over 20 years and stuff like that. you know so And I always say, like, those are the people who will be more likely to give you deals. Like, people who have held it silver for that long and they were waiting for this point, they're not too crazy about they'll sell it for spot price, right? Because they don't really care about the premium. They've already made their premium in the holding of it. They're going to make their premium times whatever back in the sale, just even selling it at spot. I'm not saying go there and go lowball them. Some people have worked hard to get that stack. So they're selling at the utmost high, and they're waiting for that price to go up. They're still holding. It's going to be, some people you might not be able to make a deal on because they're giving it to you at, not only are they giving it to you with the premium, but your chances of getting it at melt is literally zero because everybody's going to be on it. In some of these channels, there's a lot of people in there. So, good luck. We can't do it here because we don't have that many people here. But those channels that have that many people, oh, good luck trying to get those types of deals at spot or under melt. Or even under wholesale. Shit. And wholesales after it's in the slab. That comes with that premium too. Oh Lord. They ain't serious about those pieces. Usually some of them are graded high too, so it's a no-brainer. Low pop, high grade. Low population, high grade. Those are some of the best things you want to get. Low population, high grade. Or a low mintage. Mintage is like I always say. The low mintage items are like the low, coming from different, companies like Pan Silver and stuff. They got limited items like 5,000, limited 3,000, limited 10,000, limited 50,000. Whatever you can get limited mintage of, those are good to get too. Fantastic to get as actually. Because it's like you can get something that's a low limited mintage that can go up in value because it's limited mintage, and then get it graded. Some of these pieces, ICG will grade them, or PCGS would grade them. NGC just does coins or bullion coins, but PCGS does bullion coins. They do bullion like fractionals and things like that. They do bullion fractionals. Well, ICG does more bullion fractionals than PCGS though. So you could send like nuggets there and different like stones and stuff, and they'll grade them or put them in a slab. But PCGS would do like they'll do coins too, but they do like mainly bullion coins. Like the coins have to have some sort of metal in it that has value. Like even if it's bronze, from like old coins that are bronze, they have like some old bronze coins. You wouldn't even believe that some of these coins, these ancient coins, go up to like 30,000, 40,000 for a bronze coin. This is not gold. This is not silver, but it has a super historical value to it that only a few hands can say they have held in a lifetime in that condition. So it's valued on that sort of artistic level, like artistic value. The historic value becomes like art now. That's why those Indian head pennies are soon to go up in value, because you're never gonna find some of these in condition that you find them in ever again. You're never gonna mint these pennies ever again. So their idea is, after a while, it's gonna become a super collector's find, a super collector's item. Maybe not for our generation. The Indian pennies will probably be for like the generation XXX or some shit like that. They'll start seeking value in pennies from 1909 and shit like that. Like, that becomes like how we look at like 1800 coins and 1700 coins that are like worth that price right now. Like around 30, like that. Those are like those coins now, like 1700, 1800 coins that are worth around that value right now when they're graded. But it'll be like those 1909 coins. Fiji turtle. Oh man, no, I don't got the turtle yet, man. I got some Fiji and Nui stuff coming in though. Fiji and Nui make some of the fucking dopest coins. Oh my god, like low key, like the dopest bullion coins. Like I have never seen anybody do anything like them. Fiji, anything Fiji or Nui. Mexico know what they're doing. I got some things coming in though. I can't say right now. I want to surprise. I always like to surprise the stream of, when I get the new items and stuff that I'm looking to, possibly run maybe in some games, for the channel. I was hoping to get through this game today. But it's alright, every day is not a profitable day, or a super profitable day. So maybe 1 or 2 items to Swan. So we could say the stream did something besides just giveaways, but we're aiming for newer highs. We're aiming for higher heights. Like, when I notice things like that, I start to, I go back to the drawing board and I start to restructure the plan for the channel, and how we're going to grow. I plan to do this with a strategy that I literally devote my hard-earned time into. And that's for me and my family's sake, like, that's not just for me, like, I put all this stuff into this channel because of the things that we want to do and we want to challenge ourselves to say that we can do, I always had a way of explaining things better to people, once I've understood it. So I feel like the best way to get that out is on like podcast channels and ways where you can stream and have a recording of your thoughts, man, like what goes through your mind. Like, everybody's living in their own world, but everybody lives in their own world and they only spend times in others when it's beneficial to them. So, people come to your world just to benefit in their world. So you gotta watch that. Just try to keep the right energy around. Like, I want this channel to be a channel that anytime you see me going live, flooded with people, Yo, Rob, what's going on, man? Like, it's gonna get to that level. It's gonna get to that level. We're gonna be strategically hopping into different categories. Hey, back in action. Let's get it, bro. really run the next set of giveaways yet. And just kind of vibing, chatting it up. I don't know. It's just whatever comes to mind. I don't know. I treat this channel like a podcast channel. So whoever's here listening, they get some good information. You know, I was just vibing off of a lot of stuff, like just topicing on a lot of stuff, like stuff that we invest our time on. You know, and shit that we know we're not gonna get back. Yeah, you know the vibes, bro. Like, shit, in the lounge where I'm at, yo, I don't really listen to a lot of the same music that everybody else listens to. For some reason, I have a moment maybe where I want to listen to like all that, hip hop and stuff like. But majority of the vibes is like more chill. I can focus more that way. Like maybe when I'm working out, I like that kind of. Like us when we play, who's working out, playing sports and shit like that. We like that certain kind of music, that keep us hype. But yo, man, I haven't seen your brother in a while, man. Like how you doing, man? I heard he was on the Knot tour. Like Lou had told me that he was on what Knot tour. Y'all was both getting your old pokey stack back up from back in the day. We didn't know, man. It wasn't our fault. We didn't know that it was gonna be this valuable and and highly cherished. He was just getting them out of the corner store packs and stuff like that, and we ain't really know. Like I don't blame y'all for getting back in it. Like a lot of the stuff that if I could even find the stack of cards, like I'm sure I had first editions, all sorts of stuff that we probably would never touch again. Like holy shit, we were living in a moment. That's what I was trying to tell people before. I was like, yo, you don't know, we was living in a moment with that shit, yo. Like we had no idea. Yo, for real, straight up, like it was strictly pure fun now. Like now it's business and pleasure, facts. Like, cause it's like it becomes an asset now. Now we realize these are assets. Like these cars. These sports cars when they're graded and things like that. Like these are assets now. Like these are generational assets that we can pass down to our kids that are worth value over time. And that's the kind of thing that I was always encouraging people to, invest their money on. Like if you're gonna invest your time, for dollars, and this dollar has been, devaluing, it's been going down over time, ever since 1922. Ever since they, when that gold, issued that gold, issued the Confiscation Act of the gold, and then gold is starting to go up and stuff like that. Like, and I was telling people, like, an ounce of gold back then can only buy a man a decent tailored suit, right? Like that's what an ounce of gold back then could get you in 1922 around that time. So men would work 2 weeks. They would work 2 weeks back then for an ounce of gold that was worth like $20, and all they can get with that was maybe, like I said, a decent tailored suit, maybe a nice, luxury rental somewhere, like for a little bit. Like it didn't really get them much, and then, federal, Franklin D. Roosevelt comes in and fucking fucks shit up and issues this Confiscation Act that, you know, fucked the whole market up, bro. And that was just for gold. Like, so now everybody was getting, in exchange for the value, they was just getting paper, shit that devalued over time. And the moment that they traded that shit out, all of a sudden now the price goes up with gold. Like, that's not by coincidence. Like, that was a whole setup and plan in action. And we just fell for the bait. We just fell for the bait, you know? Like, I would say if I could go back in time, I would just tell my great-grandfather, yo, just start a trust or something, you know? Like, once you move all these assets to a trust, you don't have to worry about no government confiscating shit because you don't own it. You just control it. So that's the beauty of having a trust. Like, you know, like you don't own nothing. You know, like you just control it. So when they say, "Oh, they're coming to get it from it," well, you can't come get something from somebody who doesn't own it. You know, like it might be in the possession of, but they're functioning as a trustee of that asset. So that asset is in the best interest for the beneficiaries of that trust, which is usually the family members, your kids, wife, all that. So you're defending the fort basically against basically a government coming in and trying to just take your shit due to some confiscation act. And I always said, like, they did the same thing again in 1980, but this time the Hunts brothers came in and tried to suppress the silver market. But before that, you had Richard Nixon that went off the gold standard. Real talk. Was worried about the latest vaccines. Nah, for real. Like, because propaganda took an all-time high, right? So you're seeing Marlboro ads left and right. Anything to get people spending the dollar to you know, to as a monetary exchange for goods and services. That was always in your face. Like, that was always in their face back then. Diamonds. The diamond cartel came in with this buy the beers ad, like a beer ad. They came in and automatically started to sell diamonds at a crazy, crazy upsell percentage. All of a sudden, diamonds have become a girl's best friend and all this other shit. And now all of a sudden, that's what it came from. That I guarantee you, Raj, you could have gave your wife an apple, and she would have married you off an apple, bro. You didn't need no ring. You get what I'm saying? Like, niggas didn't need no diamond ring, like all that stuff was just like, it was a facade to get us to keep us in that debt currency market where, as a consumer, you just keep spending. Like, you don't have no brain at this point. Like, you're just a consumer. Whatever they say, hey, you need this refrigerator. Yeah, so I can run up my electricity bill, so I can work harder to pay another bill. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's do it. Like, you know, like, no, seriously, bro. No, seriously, that shit fucked us up bad, bro. Because now we in a point where it's like a stagnant return. It's like people know that it's fucked up, right? Like everybody kind of gets it now. Like, I'm pretty sure even the kids, some kids are catching on to how fucked up this country is. It's a little bit too obvious now. Like, you know, it's just right there in your face. Like, they're just gonna keep playing in your face, though. Like, we just gonna keep playing this. They don't really just gonna keep doing it. Like, we're not gonna do none of it. Like, you feel me? You gotta scrab it and scramble it for nothing, though. Mind you, I was telling you that we gave up everything in the beginning before pre-1922 when the gold rush came in and stuff. You know, when all our ancestors were stacking up on the gold and they had boatloads of it because this is fresh off the asteroid landing type shit. You know what I'm saying? Back at that time, you know what I mean? Like, so it was fresh gold everywhere. You know what I mean? Just lodged it into the damn crust of, into the damn soil of the earth. So now there are people digging this shit out now. It's a whole bunch of those. So now it was an overload of gold. It was an overload of gold at one point because it was just too much. Like they didn't really know what to do with it. You can only spend so much of it or peg it to the dollar of some sort. You have a certain price of certain things. Eggs and all that stuff, milk and shit like that. Them shits don't go. They weren't going up. They weren't seeing inflation, bro. They only saw inflation after the shit went off the gold standard. You know what I'm saying? Like inflation skyrocketing, all of a sudden shit is expensive every goddamn quarter of the year. You know, you expecting shit to pay a couple cents more for some shit. Like it was never like that. Shit was held at a steady price because the price of gold was kept at a steady price. If it was overloaded, so it couldn't value. But now that they've used it for all these conductors and all this wasted electronics and shit that you're not really utilizing it for things that value over time. You're always utilizing it for something that over time that particular piece depreciates. So all this gold going up in value, and now you're still using the same amount. These governments are still using the same amount to make tech, probably even more. Now you got EV industries that need silver now, right? So now silver is starting to go up, but it can't go past a certain point because industries don't want to pay over $100 for an ounce of silver. So strange enough, here goes the greed that I'm talking about, Rod. Like this is the greed that we're talking about. Like a lot of this shit comes from greed, bro. Like a lot of shit that we're dealing with today comes from greed and just not really having the best interest for everybody. Like, now we're talking about trading out all of our gold for nothing. And then the nothing that we have is worth less than nothing. What's worth less than nothing? Holy shit. Like you already traded me out for something that wasn't worth more than what gold is now. Look at the dollar. Look at the dollar. The dollar's devalued at least by 2-3%, bro. It don't even make sense. A dollar's not even worth a dollar. It's like 97 cents. Like literally, like a dollar is not even worth a dollar, bro. Like it's not even worth $1. It's technically worth $1 bill is worth technically 97 cents, according to the markets. So what the hell are we working for and stacking, bro? You know what I'm saying? Like what this doesn't make sense. We're not getting any of this time back. You know this is, buddy. You already know, bro. It's all love, always, man. Hey, man, you know it, bro. Yeah, of course. Book more gold shows, bro. I'm be trying to get into this more often streaming. So, love when the chat, hangs out. There's people that, just a lot running through my brain, just redoing all this research. It's great to be able to ventilate a little bit, like people who can relate or who can understand it. Some people get tired of hearing this type of talk, like I can be on a radio show for hours just talking like this, taking calls, taking callers. Like I really feel like I can do this full time. Like it's the type of vibe that it brings me peace. It brings me peace being able to vibe out like this with some lo-fi vibe music in the background, just on frequency with this, man. We're just in frequency. We're in tune right now. This is all energy. Everybody here, this is all energy. Well exchanged. Not used for negative. We're not using energy for negative. It's positive exchanges of energy here. I only want for you what I want for myself. Facts. Myself and my loved ones. And the world keeps going. here in the present, or you focus and stagnant on the past and the things that you couldn't accomplish, just keep in mind you get 24 hours every day. The Most High is putting the breath of life in you. Some people die in their sleep, unfortunately. So to make it to the next day, the fresh new set of air in those lungs, try to do better. Learn more. I challenge you. I challenge you to learn one thing. I challenge you to pick up that one thing that you fell off from because of your doubts. The one good thing that you had interest in. I challenge you to tackle that down. Do anything in your power now in today's time, using the resources, given the resources that we have now in technology, to get things done in a faster amount of time. I challenge you to get to that point where you say, I did that. Like, I did that. And all it took was just a little more motivation in yourself, a little more self-esteem. Sometimes it's not the world influence. It's not the world. It's not somebody outside of your mind, your body, your soul. That's the real influence. Sometimes it's just your conscience. Sometimes it's you. You know, like, everything can't come from everybody. Some things have to come from within. And leveling up and trying to better yourself, that's surely got to come from within. You got to spend time alone. You got to love spending time alone. You got to love every bit, every second you have to cherish that you're not working labor, doing something in exchange for dollars. You have to cherish those moments. Do everything you can. Call up all your family and tell them you love them and have nice conversations with them. Because that time is something you will never get back. It's more precious than gold. Time is more. People can sell time. It'll probably be somewhere worth in the trillions, quadrillions in US dollars. If you wanted to make it make sense. Because for all of what you're sacrificing, it would have to literally overturn into benefits eternally. Like, this shit couldn't even run out. Even if it tried, it could never run out. It should never run out. That's the type of benefits that should come with it. You know? So we need to get some water.
to regenerate. It's I ever tell you how much I love coconut water? I'm in love with coconut water, Chad. They probably almost see me carrying a liter around. Everywhere I'm going, probably carrying a liter of coconut water around. It just, I don't know, it's more refreshing to me than regular, I still drink regular water. I mean, come on, who doesn't drink regular fucking water? Like, it's just, I've cut down the ratio of how much regular water I drink. And just started replacing it with coconut water. Like, hasn't failed me yet. There's something about these types of beats and this type of music. It puts me right back in the place in my mind where it's like everything's gonna be alright. Like, everything's gonna be alright. That's all I can say. Get away from the main atrocities of the world caused by a few people. I mean that because we outnumber the government. So when I say a few people, we literally outnumber them. Like 1 to 1,000, shit, even 1 to 1,000,000, I believe. These people people don't got not an ounce of brain. They gotta function as a unit of like 20, 30 brains together to make one functioning brain. And even then they still have some defects. Ain't that some shit? Imagine you creating a super giant brain made up of other supposed geniuses of the world, or and they're put in place, and you not getting shit out of it. Imagine that. The fuck was the point of combining all you goddamn brains together, and if you're not gonna get more of a steady thinking process that makes sense? Everybody want to talk about this next person and trying to expose this person to what they have and what they're taking taxpayer money to do. Who gives a shit? You guys are all taking taxpayer money and doing bullshit with it. At this point, just make sure the fucking money's going to good use. That's all. You don't got no control over it no more. So whatever they do is on them. They making it appear as if we have a decision. We ain't got no decision. At least not individually. But together, we the people, oh yeah, we'll stand out a whole lot more. We'll stand out a whole lot more.
Probably won't be on here too much longer though, Joe. I ain't gonna lie. Eventually I'm gonna have to hit the sack, pause, get some Z's, probably run the show back after I ship stuff off tomorrow or later today. I'm pretty much running these same shows until we get this inventory down. Got any more slabs? Proof merch? No. No proof merch. No. What I do got coming though, if you're interested, I have some gold-plated merch that haven't been circulated. Like, so there are merch that haven't been circulated, but they're gold-plated. I have some of those coming in, but they're not slabs though. They're just like still encapsulated. They haven't been touched. They're still encapsulated. Should be coming hopefully the end of this week. I don't know. It's shipping stuff lately. It's been so delayed. That's another thing I meant to explain too. Please, guys, like, you guys are ordering off or whatnot, keep in mind that the sellers do not work for U.S. Postal Service. So when we drop packages off and it's logged into the system that they have the package, we can no longer determine what's going on with that package, why it's late arriving. We can only go by what they tell us is going on. And 9 times out of 10, it's just delayed shipping. Sometimes packages get misdelivered. I don't know how. There's a label on it. I don't understand how you can misdeliver something that has a fucking label on it. But you know what? I'm changing my ways. I've been a lot more calm and later in the recent days. I'm trying to change my ways, not trying to get too frustrated and pissed off. But come on, it just don't make sense. You got one job. The label is already on the package. Just deliver the package to where it's supposed to go. And it gets misdelivered. Sometimes never delivered. How? How do you not deliver it? How does it get misdelivered? Explain this. Like, you would have to sit a U.S. Postal Service worker in an interrogation room, in a police precinct, in a Law and Order show, just to get just a visual of how this can be possible. Because it's not, as a seller, you get frustrated after the 6th or so time of it happening. You're like, all right, like, what's going on, guys? Like, it's not repeated in the sense of consecutive, because it's not every show where I have to deal with, some of my customers or, supporters not getting their packages and me having to double send out something. Like, I'll have to deliver out something twice because of the fact that the first package never made it there. So now I got to send out a second package. So it cost me double. And where did that other package go again? Like, no one knows where that other package, the first one, went. Like, it's the most oddest thing. It's like literally nobody. It was in your possession. We dropped it off as a seller to the U.S. Postal Service. It is now in your possession, and you can't tell me where that is. That makes sense to you. That makes sense, right? Like, you can't tell me where it is. As a U.S. Postal Service worker or company, sometimes I think they just be taken from anybody. What you said, Sean? Said today. What's the show? What you meant by that? Just so that you guys know, not really running anything at a dollar, guys. Make offers on what you see. Share the live. Get some more people in here. I mean, there's not much I can do with 3 people. Right. This is more of a vibe lounge right now at this point than anything. You know? Won't be here on too long. Like I said, I have everything here as you see is make an offer on things. We could possibly, certain things is just a no-brainer. You know, it can't get less than certain, you know, on certain coins. It just can't go less than a premium one. But I have other gold nuggets. I have other fractional silver. Just, you know, name what you're looking for. I know nobody really cares for proof sets right now or any of these other coins. Nobody really cares for all these other coins and stuff. Like, it's crazy. No one really cares for these. Even in 1909. 1909 BDB penny. Nobody really cares for all of that stuff. These coins. Nobody really cares for these presidentials too much. Even though at a point these presidentials are going to go up in value. It's only a matter of time before these presidentials go up in value. We're not in the era right now where these are valued. We're in the era where these are looked at like how copper is looked at. You know, right? So we'll get there with these. We'll get there. A lot of these up here, that's what everybody's looking for up here. So anything up here in this region is pretty much where there's not really much leg room to make, or wiggle room to make a bargain price. So anything above here is not really much room to make because of its premiums on it. So yeah. I always say try to find so many sellers on here. You know, some people are selling that milk. You know, I'm not too certain. I have to run into them randomly too, so I don't always know who is selling that milk. Where you can get some decent 1 ounces and stuff like that for just milk without the premium. You know, some places that are good to go. Go to your local pawn shop. If you're looking for some silver or some gold, go to your local pawn shops and see what they have on hand. It's not guaranteed because some of these people wait till some of these pawn shops wait till they get to a certain weight because the refineries only accept at a certain weight. Say they have 100K and 100K weight, 100,000 pounds of gold or silver. They'll wait till they get to that amount before they go do a drop. So up until that point, they pretty much have stuff that are silver, gold just sitting in the vault. You know, they'll sell it at melt. Guarantee you, these pawn shops will sell at melt. I mean, they'll sell at spot price. That's really what I meant to say. Like, they'll sell at spot price without the premium. And they got them all over there. They got 90% silvers. They got them all. Like the stuff that you can't get from the bank, more than likely a pawn shop is holding in their vault. That's just a little spill of the tea. So spending all your time going to these banks to get a roll of, you're potentially trying to find a coin in a roll. Sometimes these pawn shops have those coins sitting in the vault. Like they're just not. They're not telling you, hey, yeah, we got 90% silvers. And you ask though, say, hey, you got any 90% silvers laying around? You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, we'll see. We gotta pull out some rolls and shit like that. Pull out a box of them shits. How many you looking for? Because if they didn't meet their 100,000 or whatever pounds that they need to make, they pretty much have that on hand until they get to that point. So if they got any buyers coming in to buy, they are more likely to sell to you than holding it. They don't want to hold. They don't like to hold too much. Because then it becomes a situation of them hoarding too much, and then they have to sell off some of it. But they can't sell it off. And now they have to sell it off with the premium or some sort of premium, because it's not selling fast enough, and they got to make that money back to keep the lights on. So that's just something to know about pawn shops. Like they'll always be willing to look and do deals. Their deal is if you're buying 90% silver, that's probably the best deal you can get from pawn shops. I mean, if you're looking to stack up a huge amount of silver, because they have that. They have it in the vault just sitting there, I guarantee you. It's a part of their non-display item section. All the bullion is in vaults. You got to inquire about that. Inquiries, folks, is how you get your investment stack up faster. You got to inquire with a lot of sellers in different realms of this industry. Some you can find as a bank teller, some you have to find as a pawnbroker, some you have to find as just a regular reseller. But either or, there's always a way to get your stack up affordably. Think of it like this. The more people you meet the more suppliers, as they would say, you have under your belt, the more efficient and effectively you're able to stack. Because when one person doesn't have it, you can guarantee that another supplier just might have what you're looking for. Maybe not for the same price, might be a couple dollars and cents, just a couple. That's like $1, a couple cents more than the last guy, but that's the point of shopping around. Gotta make sure you got a list of people that are in your range and your budget, so that you're not going too far out your budget just to keep up. Now, worst case scenario is that none of these suppliers that you have or that you currently have what you're looking for. So you got 6 people, but none of them have what you're looking for. Guess what? You gotta build that list a little more. You gotta go out seeking some more people. You gotta build that list even more. Obviously, 6 isn't efficient enough. You gotta make it 7. Shit, 7 might not be good enough. Make it 8. The more the merrier. But it always pays to have more suppliers on hand. Never just shop with one person, because one person's not gonna have everything. It's figuratively impossible. Like, figuratively impossible. Like I said, I read a few things earlier. Nobody was really interested in big silver, small silver, big gold or small gold, regular coins. I mean, there was not much interest anywhere, so I'm not sure what people are looking for. I mean, how much of a deal I can do on certain things, because a lot of this stuff that I have is premium here. And if I didn't pay too little under the cost of it, I probably would be looking to sell a lot of these items for a little bit better of a deal. But I wasn't able to acquire them for that much less than what it is valued at. So can't give a deal that's better than what I got. Shit. Be shitting me. I can't afford it. I ain't one of them big channels that could afford a loss. Biggest loss we took on this channel was a 1/20th ounce of gold going for $5. 5 ounces of silver. I got no 5 ounces. I might have them singly, but I don't have them all together. We know the premium on them individually is more than it as a whole. They're different ones. I'm not gonna lie to you. They're different 1 ounces, different prices. One's a reverse proof. You know, like when you get like that, it's like it can't all go for the same price. I got 60.5 ounces. Anything, I got that Sahi in here, and I got Perth mints. They're going for right now I'm not selling less than maybe like 100, 110 is probably my lowest. On the ounces. The half ounce of 60. Sunshine mint. We got just your regular 1 ounces. Reverse proof. Proof Britannia. I mean, like, they're not just regular 1 ounces, generics. Maybe if they were like better generics, I probably would have came down on the price a little bit. Like, sorry. That's not too much of a premium. Asahi's are probably the lowest I'll do on Asahi's, maybe about 98, 90, 98, 97. And then there's Geigers and shit like that. Like, I mean, yeah, certain premiums you just can't. It's the buyback price is not there. You can't buy it back at the price if you sell anything less than what you pay for. It's just not gonna buy it back at that price. There's no way to stack back up on that after I sell it $10, $15 cheaper. Because you know what? It's actually gonna be $10, $15 more online. So I'm paying double. Just to get it back. It's crazy. I would love to make deals on things, but you gotta be more reasonable. More reasonable. Especially for people who are just getting to stack up later. This is the worst time to try to find deals. The spread is just too thin. Maybe if the spread was a little bit bigger, even in paper trading. If the spread is too thin, that's not the time to trade. We're not opening up any long, we're not going long. That's the rules of trading. So the same thing applies to when you're getting physical bullion. Like, you're never going to buy when the spread is so thin. Like, the bid price is what, 88, and then the ask price is 87 or something like that, right? Like, so when the ask price is higher than the bid, you have room to make a deal, right? So if the ask price is 98 and the bid price is 96, you got room, or even 94 or even 93. The larger the spread, the more room you have to make an offer, folks. That's how the game works. But when the spread is so thin on the market, it does not make any deal for the seller to make anything off of it for selling it for anything less than what, the melt of it is worth. It's no deal there. It's no deal. Everything has to be a deal here. Profit on the seller's behalf, item of value on the buyer's behalf. I let up a 1 ounce for anything less than 100. I'm not gonna be able to buy that shit back. Guarantee you. I'm not gonna be able to buy it back. With taxes and all that stuff I'm gonna have to pay to get it back. Oh yeah, I'm definitely well dropping over 100 for that. Absolutely. Maybe not if I get it off of like AppMix or jmbullion.com. Might have a little better of a shipping price on that, like where I'm not hitting over too crazy over 100, but definitely not going to see much less than 90. No, if you're lucky, you see something around that price. The lowest I'm saying is you're not seeing nothing less than 97. I'm not even gonna give you 95 because that's being too nice. You're not gonna see nothing less than 97 on an ounce. It got to be a very, very generic ounce. Something that's not made by a very highly credited mint. What a 1,500. 1,500 to an ounce. 1,500 to an ounce.
You got me getting your beastie. Oh, banana bee. Be the softest flower petals on those are.
In our family, there's only one person in charge. She usually tells us, don't go out with your hair wet. Guess here, things are...
Five grain silver. I said silver gold. I'm sorry. 5 grain gold. That's 5 grains of gold. Do a better deal. It's the absolute lowest I can go on that. Not really nothing. It's actually been minted and made down to a fine piece, refined into a pure gold piece there. You guys let me know what you want to see. For maybe the next 15 minutes or so. Just call it a show. Get to shipping these things, packaging these giffies up, shipping these giffies out. It's been a fun show though. I'm not gonna lie. I guess not having to do too much. I don't know. It's not very profitable when I'm not doing a lot. But chill vibes is always appreciated and cherished. And it's always the people that don't do, that don't contribute much, that always want to. It's so funny. It's so funny. I guess you would say convince the sellers to run things at $1, but it's like, at what cost? You know, at what cost do I run something at $1 of value? Because there's things I can run for $1, but nobody wants it for $1. I got silver grain cards that are clearly worth $1, probably more than $1, that people don't even want for $1. Smallest fraction that you can get, your grainage. People don't want that. So why should I run my bigger pieces for less? That just makes no sense. You know who I do those kind of deals for? Me. That's who I do those kind of deals for. That's the only person. Because I know I'm gonna be a returning customer of myself. That's why I would do that for me. There's plenty of deals I've given out on this channel and I haven't had much returning customers of that sort. So you learn the game and you don't get schooled by it. Like, you have to be a very consistent buyer from the channel. The only person that's been that consistent is Mr. Sir Tony Islands, who's also on Whatnot selling luxury bags and things of that nature. He's also been pulled into the numismatic world by me, so he collects coins of that sort as well, and bullion and stuff. So he's the only guy that I know that's supporting this channel. I mean, well over $1,000, like well over $1,000 that's spent on this channel. So he has like this VIP status that pretty much no one else gets, and that's just, I mean, respectfully though, man, like, when credit is given, man, credit is honored, bro. When credit is given, credit is honored here. So there's always gonna be deals. I'll run stuff for under melt for Tony. You know what I mean? Like, just because, you know, Not too much because I can't get ripped on the back end, but I will always do deals with people who support the channel, of course. There's always room to do deals for returning customers. And by returning, you have had to at least, like I said, drop a good 200, 300 every show. So I'm not really open to doing deals with, like, great deals in a growing market with first-time buyers. In a numismatic world, I know it's a hoarding and a fear of missing out thing, where people are just trying to get in and get their hands in on something for the low. I get it. I already know. I'm just not trying to get caught up into being persuaded into that. I do understand the situation of the lack of information given on these precious metals over time and the fear of missing out on the heavy, heavy profit to be made in the commodities market. I'm very aware of that. So you guys don't have to be on this lowballing, I guess, frenzy to try to get it. Like, some things, it's all right. You can pay for it at spot. It's all right. Because you know what? You're a part of the new hands that are going to be holding silver. The old hands are probably trying to convert into gold at this point. Some are still holding on to their silver stack. They're not really looking to sell, But with that being said, you have to know who you're dealing with, who you're doing business with, and ensure that you're treating them as good as you want them to treat you. Like, be a returning customer, do things like that shows your consistency. That way that they can feel good about doing deals for you. You want them to feel good about doing deals for you. Like, you don't want it to be a situation where they feel like they're not going to get the loyalty from you in return. It's not the money we want as a seller. We want the loyalty. We want the consistency from you to come back and keep buying with us. Like, so, I mean, a dollar can be made anywhere as a seller. We know how to sell. We've understood the strategy to sell, and we can pretty much buy and resell anything. But to get loyalty from a customer, that takes a different level of appreciation, and it's completely honored here. Like, it's granted here. You get all that extra good treatment that other people can't get, because people are just gonna have to understand there's a line. When people choose to be that supporter in that line where there's nobody there, you know, they're guaranteed anything before the line comes. And when the line comes, they're still before that line. They never get pushed to the back because there's a line now. The first supporters would never, the returning supporters would never get pushed to the back of the line. You've made your presence relevant enough. So see, like, how I was able to tell you guys, because I run analytics on my channel. Of course, I'm able to know who spent the most on but even just without me running analytics, I understand who comes into this channel the most and spends the most money. It's not a huge channel yet. So I'm able to keep track of the numbers now. When it starts to go up, who knows? It might be somebody else who finds value in the channel and starts coming here more often and spending a lot of money here. Understand, when you spend money with us, you're not spending on just nothing. You're spending on stuff that have value. Like, just understand, do comps on them. I'll give you my fair selling price of what I'm looking at, sell at. You check the comps on them. Try to meet me somewhere in between. More than likely, I've already done comps on it too. I just want you to do comps on it as well, so you can see for your own eyes when you go online to see how much it's selling for, and then make an offer on it. Like, You know, like I said, returning customers are more likely to get the deal over first-time purchases. And that's nothing against first-time purchases, but you gotta understand what you're doing. Sometimes first-time purchases are just they're just starters. They're just trying to get something. But they're not trying to have to pay super amount for what it's worth or overpay. They're definitely scared to overpay. It's the fear of overpaying for something that you're not certain of the value on. That's the starter effect. That's when people are first stacking because they're not so. I was the same way. Trust me. I'm only saying these things because that's how I was in the beginning too. I was lucky enough to get a proof eagle just off of playing a game at Gold or Silver Napes. Like playing the juice box game when they had the juice box games going on. Man, that was some great times. Like I don't see those getting run that often. With gold and silver going up the way it is, I don't see those games getting run that often. But that was a very good time for those who were there. If you were there, you were there, man. A lot of my PC collection has come from playing those lucky games, spinning, possibly hitting a floor that's a freaking silver gram or a dime that was only like freaking $3 at the time. But you're spinning, you're trying to spin the wheel, so your bid is, you're outbidding the other person who wants some of that gold, who wants, they want a chance to hit that gold too. So when those packs hit, it was just a great little game they had going on, man. And it was just a very affordable way for people who couldn't buy these pieces outright for what they were worth. It would take them months to stack up to get that, to just get lucky enough in a game to hit that. That's beautiful. It was beautiful. That's all I can say. I was lucky enough to get some 1/10 from just playing the game there. Of course, you take some floors on the way out, but overall, when you count up how much you spent being a floor sweeper and then getting some big hits, the big hits kind of outweighs the sweeping of the floors, in most cases. Sometimes you might have to play a little harder to get some of that, but get that chance to hit it or get that pack. But it was worth it for the price that you were paying. Talking about pieces that are over $1,000, $500 plus, So that's a similar strategy to what we got here. We're probably one of the last of the Mohegans that are gonna do games like this, where you can actually win something for a super amount less than what it's worth. But the chances are limited. Like in a game of 61 packs, like how I have set up here, you'll go on Gold and Silver Napes and probably pay a 100+ pack game back at that time and still spend. Seen people spending $60, $80, $90 and getting a gram of silver or a 1-ounce copper. Sick. People be in their chat like, oh man, that was an expensive copper. They don't understand the mechanics of the game. Because the pack could hit at any time. And those sets, the pack can hit at any time. So people hit it on the first spin of the set. I mean, the randomizer does what it does, you know. You're just lucky enough to get in at the right time. And it lands on the pack. And then you get to pick a number. Any number. Some people get lucky and hit gold. For like stupid cheap. Like $7, $4, $1. Imagine somebody hitting a 1 ounce of silver for $1. Like, it's insane. It was insane. Godfather Valente, man, he's a godfather indeed, because he was blessing people. Valente sales, make sure you're following him. Looking to get deals on all your stuff. Those are some great times, though, man. Even on Bleacher Bullion, man. Yeah, they're still running those games, too. They still run their, Gold Rush games and stuff like that, so. It's just a little bit more expensive to get in now than it was before. Before they had an average of like $35. If you don't hit anything, you get like a gram of silver. If you don't hit the pack, it was spend like minimum $35. Now they went up to like $60, $80. Same silver gram. But because that silver gram is worth a little more now, they're still using them as floors. You gotta understand the mechanics of the game, you know? Nobody wants to pay for the gold outright or the silver outright, so paying for a chance to hit it for a low, it's a little bit more affordable. They were charging like $400 for a pack if you wanted to buy it out directly. And $400, you more likely either get a 1 ounce silver at that time, but they were good 1 ounce silvers that, of course, went up in value over time, and we've seen it. People used to hate getting American Silver Eagles. Like, we don't want an American Silver Eagle. Now, everybody wants Eagles now. And the price control is in the hands of people who suppress it. They'll choose to give you value when they want to give it to you. And that's just how it works. We the people should have the most of any mineral content there is, because we gave the mineral rights to the government. Pretty much allowed them to dictate who owns what mineral and how much. I don't know about y'all, but I just know that if the country was to ever go on the purge mode, the first place I'm going to is those vaults. All of those private vaults where they hold them all gold at them there first. I'm not insinuating no one. I never implied that I was going to take anything. I never implied that I was going to take anything.
the event of everyone else scrambling in the supermarkets, looking to get things for survival needs, or rioting, or doing whatever they feel their heart's content to do. When you do that, I'll be in one of these mints, and these mints just need refineries. I'll be over there just browsing around all the gold, all the gold and silver there. No intentions to do nothing whatsoever, don't worry. It's all a strategy. The wisest people will never tell the strategy. I can never tell my biggest strategy. For in the case of any government infractions or any government termination at that, oh, trust me, the rebuilding plan is already in place. We just waiting for that button to be pushed. Until then, I guess we're gonna play this. We're gonna play this from a distance until the seat get hot. See, everybody can smile in everybody's face on TV all they want. People like me know the true intentions. I know the true intentions of the spirit. The physical is obsolete. I'm telling you, the physical is obsolete once I've read you spiritually. A lot of these people, these politicians that we look to, I've already read them. Read them like a book. Oh, that's a facade. Oh, he's not really like that. Oh, you gotta read off of the script. Read them right through them. Read them right through them. How can you take people like that seriously? You don't even have a real bone in their body. What they know is real is just, I don't know, materialistic. That's what they function off. They function off of you not knowing how to operate in the most efficient way. They benefit from that. They benefit from that. And not even monetarily benefit. It just generationally benefit. Which is even worse. Because they're benefiting off of other people's assets. That's why they become landlords and all that stuff. Or should I say slumlords, excuse me. We have a lot of slumlords out here. See, they look to the asset as, okay, hey, I parked my money into something that's going to generate some income or revenue. Not income, just generate revenue.
difference is income can be taxed. So whatever they're making off that can't be taxed. It's what's called unappreciated or unrealized gains is what they will call them. So it hasn't been traded into a personal account. It's still held in a business account. It's still being utilized for the purpose of the business, and that's what's being reported to the IRS. So that's how a lot of these slumlords are able to slip through those loopholes. As long as they're reporting what they need to report. They pretty much pay off all the state and city officials. They pay them off in campaign money. So they donate. When you donate now, all this stuff is tax exempt stuff that they use. Your tax exempt strategy. So when landlords or slumlords invest campaign money into city officials, your council and mayors and all those people, what they're doing is they're buying themselves in safety. Safety against any pressure, safety against any changes in the structure. You're just exempt from it all. And they become on this list of like just private people that the city knows like well on about. They know where your property's at. They know they're treating that with the utmost respect because of the campaign money that you donated to them. It was so much of a substantial amount. It helped them win the election. So certain things like that, they repay you back in their term. You can say it's rigged. They rigged their decision making for you, things of that nature. So people do it on the politician level, on the federal level too. I don't think they're not doing it to your vice presidents, secretaries, Congress people. They're all their campaigns are being funded by somebody who they can potentially, if it's a bad person that they're funded by, they can get blackmailed by. Like, if it's a good person, no worries. You know, I just know what these people been up to, and I don't trust them. I don't trust them as far as I could throw them. And I can't throw them far. Shit, I can't even throw them at all. So these motherfuckers big. They're heavy as hell. I can't throw no fat congressperson nowhere. So I definitely ain't trusting them. Are you a fat congressperson? I can't even trust you to take care of your own health. How am I gonna trust you to make decisions on behalf of the people? Huh? Make it make sense. I'll wait. Shit, you don't even trust your own health process. Clearly, a fat congressperson or a fat politician, period, is a no-go. Sorry, I don't believe it. Couldn't take you serious. Drop some weight. Drop some weight at the end of your campaign. Maybe I'll take you serious. You can't drop at least you a 300-pound, 600-pound congressperson. You don't drop at least 200 pounds before the end of your campaign. I don't take you serious, bro. Right. That's what we should start right there, right? You want to talk about building some trust? I challenge you to drop some pounds. This is how we gonna build this trust. You drop that 200 pounds, hey, I'm in. Ante up, I'm in. Let's go. All in. All money in. Because you proved that you got some resilience. In a market like this, that means more than just, I guess, purchasing power, if you would say. Your ability to influence the price. That's big. But nonetheless, chat. Just want to let you guys know we're wrapping up this show. We're wrapping up this one right here. Potentially going to be, hopefully, running another show later. Not sure how things are going to go, but we're just trying to be, no merch talk. Got some coming though, hopefully at the end of the week. Delays don't hold shit up. I definitely got some on the way. I think I'm gonna do a raid. Ain't gonna be a big raid, but it's about that time. Shit, man, ain't nobody in here. It don't make no sense to raid it. Was gonna raid another channel to see who was on. Know what time that is? Alright. Finna end this one. We'll be back later with it. Deuces. Boom, by the way.
Mexico.